Hello everyone, if you're new to my channel, consider liking and subscribing. It will make me feel wonderful if you do that. Thanks. By the way, I also have another Naruto and Luffy fanfiction channel. If you are interested, link is in the description.
Tell It to the Marines by Tsume Yuki. Because sometimes a tale is too tall not to tell. Even if no one will ever believe her, this isn't Riskua's first shot at life. It is her first time as the big sister of the nuisance that is Monkey D. Luffy, however. Self-insert, adios.
He'd never really expected his clashes with red hair to lead to this. It is the 13th of March, a leap year, and the summer island which his sister has chosen to inhabit is within the throes of spring. The Grand Line scoffs at the idea of collective islands having the same weather patterns, to the point where winter and summer islands can be found within a 2-hour boat ride of one another. As things stand though, his dear sister has decided upon an island as far out of the way as possible, leaving him a treacherous 2-week journey navigating the fierce waters of the Grand Line, coming dangerously close to the calm belt. And that is the last place he wishes to be. Of course, Dracul Mahawk will agree that the natural defenses surrounding this particular island are exceptional, which is no doubt why his younger sibling singled the land out as the place to settle down upon. He had not had a problem with her choice in the past, not until it came to actually making his way to the place. How irritating. Regardless, his boat is docked, the locals greeting him with a cheery wave. They are a small community, close-knit, and Mahawk's eyes make it painfully obvious just who he is related to. For despite the fact they share few features, Raoul and Mahawk's eyes have always been mirror images of one another. The cottage which his little sister has chosen to call home sits sensibly apart from the town. Situated at the top of the nearby hill, the position is perfectly defendable, giving an overview of all those who approach from each and every sides, and thus, ample time to prepare defensive maneuvers. Not that there should ever be anyone looking to wish violence upon Raoul. Few know of her existence when it comes to Mahawk's fame, and the handful that do, the newly minted world's greatest swordsman begrudgingly trusts. Like Red Hair, whom still refuses to actually try for his title, Mahawk's not entirely sure he'd manage to hang on to it should the man actually throw his all into it. As things stand though, the former cabin boy of the Pirate King has been focused far too much on the other Dracul in his acquaintance, much to Mohawk's bubbling fury. Oh, if he had known of this sooner, he'd have done something. Perhaps a good decapitation, no, because then he'd lose his only able sparring partner. Certainly though, Red Hair Shanks wouldn't have gotten away unscratched. He still won't, not when Mahawk catches up to him. But right now, he has bigger things to focus on. Raoul does not greet him at the threshold as usual. Instead, Mahawk finds himself informed the large wooden door is already open. Clearly the woman has seen his approach from one of her many windows. The thick, heady scent of stew lingers in the air, enticing Mahawk forwards towards the kitchen. Not before he kicks off his shoes though, leaving the boots besides the far slimmer, smaller pair that reside by the door. The floorboards are warm beneath his feet, smooth to the touch and clean in a way that indicates they've been recently washed with a mop and bucket. Perhaps within the last 24 hours, going by the faint whiff of lemon that rises lazily from the wood. A tiny little whimper draws Mahawk's attention and he twists on his heels, striding forwards towards the living room. Within, his dear sister is lying upon the couch, long legs half folded over the arms so that she can rest upon the two-seater comfortably. The red fabric cushions seem unnaturally bold against the pale pallor of her skin, unhindered by the simply lilac dress she wears. It has been near a year since he last set eyes upon his sister, too busy chasing down the final few swordsmen he needed to defeat in order to clinch his title. Little has changed since then. Her long waves of black hair fall perhaps a few inches longer, though they still frame the soft features she inherited from their father, as opposed to the strong lines he carries from their mother. As always, when her eyes meet, he understands just why he has gained the epithet, hawk eyes. They are as unsettlingly intense as he pictures his own gaze to be. The baby is new though. The tiny little infant is curled up, face snuggling into his little sister's collarbones with the vast majority of the baby's body hidden beneath a thick fleece wrap. The fabric is not enough to distract from the topping of wispy red hair though. "Brother," Raoul murmurs, face carefully devoid of all emotion, her free arm rising to also coil round the tiny infant. "My, it is a tiny little thing. Are all babies this small? Mihawk is aware they are all just as fragile, but attempting to cast his mind back to when Raoul was once so small, his memories falter, unreliable. The images are hazy, the proportions outgiven Mihawk's own young body during that time. Mayhap they were both small children, though that is not to say such a thing has remained true. Mihawk is certainly taller than the average male, though Raoul has reminded upon the shorter side of the female height spectrum. Sister, Mihawk returns, offering a nod of his head in greeting and depositing himself into the armchair right beside the sofa. It leaves him closer to Raoul's feet than her head, but given that it allows him to see her face, to observe her every reaction, it is a fair trade-off. Especially when she sits up and adjusts the small human within her arms, allowing Mihawk to get a good glimpse of its face. It looks nothing like them. Nothing like Raoul, nothing like Mihawk, nothing like the child's father either. There's a struggle to even really pick out the features, but that is just how babies are. The nose is a tiny little button thing, without the strong bridge that will perhaps someday rise from that fleshy face. The eyes are closed, lacking any defined eyelashes, and the eyebrows are pretty much non-existent. This infant seems to be all cheeks and hair, rosy pink flesh and brilliant red hair. That is all the indication Mihawk needs, a clear as day sign of just who the father is. He'll hunt him down after this. The world's greatest swordsman is not stupid. He's well aware that whatever occurred between his sister and Red Hair was very likely to be a temporary thing. While Mihawk is not the type to chase the man down and force him to make an honest woman of Raoul, he will ensure the man at least pulls his weight with the rearing of their offspring. If he's even aware he's managed to procreate is another subject to be tackled later on. Surprise, you're an uncle, Raoul jests, and Mihawk gets the sensation that, were it not for the acknowledged fragility of babies, she'd be shaking the child in his direction. It doesn't look like much. She's 2 weeks old, comes the snapped retort, confirming the child as a girl and a young one at that. Exceptionally young. When can she fight? When will she become something worthy of his time? The look his little sister graces upon him makes it all too clear she knows exactly what he is truly asking, and that she is quite unamused by it. She won't be talking or walking for a year yet, Mihawk, never mind fighting. Well, he can find other things to occupy his time with. Like hunting down Red Hair. And this time, not for a spar, though the information Mihawk plans to hit him with will steal all the breath from his lungs as effectively as any punch will ever manage. Proving she knows his mind better than any other can claim to manage, Raoul smiles up at him, fingers stroking up and down the little babe's back. Her name is Riskua, for when you find him. It seems only right that when the inadvertent accident happens, it occurs with the woman whose big brother actually poses a threat to his health. Not that Shanks discovered such a thing until the attempted decapitation is already underway. He avoided the death blow by the mere skin of his teeth, but the slight warning that Mihawk graced him with was indicator enough the man wasn't actually full out trying to kill him. Still, a half-hearted attempt on his life from Hawkeye's is probably paramount to murder by anyone else's standards. Clues that the man has found out about his little tryst with Raoul, which is quite unfair, because in that instance he'd been the seducee, not the seducer. Even if he'd not cared enough to say no as he probably should have done, but the set of his shoulders is wrong. The Hawk isn't the kind of man to chase down all those who infringe upon his sister's honor. Not only would he spend a good portion of time tracking the members of such an exclusive club across the Grand Line, the man is well aware his sister's a big girl and can very well look after herself. Plus, it's just not in his character. As always, Shanks' suspicion proves correct, for not a second later, Mihawk sheaths his blade, and then he laughs. Actually laughs. Which is how Shanks knows there's a little more to this tale than the age-old, "You slept with my sister, now die." This is what brings him to this tiny out-of-the-way island. The rest of the crew are sampling the local cuisine within the center of town, but along with the eternal log pose that Mihawk had thrown him, the man had also left the exact location Shanks was supposed to present himself at, post-haste. Thus, here Shanks stands. The island is in the hot and sweaty grip of summer, leaving perspiration leaking down Shanks' neck from the short journey up the hill. The ship wasn't really stocked for such blistering, humid heat. Even the paper-thin white shirt he wears seems far too restricting. Still, he's not quite to the point of shamelessness so as to meet old Flame Sand's shirt. Especially if what Mihawk's cavalier, congratulations, has hinted at happens to be true. The cottage is a pleasant thing, 2 stories and a little on the small side. However, as just Dracul Raoul and maybe one other little person resides in residency here, such a thing is understandable. There are no potted flowers upon the window, nor any flower beds resting beneath. It makes sense. Raoul is not the sentimental kind of woman to tend flowers. If anything, she will have a vegetable patch, certainly some fruit trees given the weather of this island. It only takes him a moment to spot the variety of trees and brambles, all bearing a healthy yield of summer fruits. What is perhaps more of a surprise is the little rope swing descending from one of the thicker branches, though given the size of the wooden plank that serves as a seat, it is quite easy to conclude that the swing does not see use from Raoul. What a strange vision that would be. There's a ping on his internal radar, the 6th sense of observational hockey clicking for a moment and bringing about an alert for 2 presences. One significantly smaller than the other. His sight catches up a moment later and registers the 2 presences that the open doorway now houses. He can barely spare a moment for Raoul, for all that she is a lovely-looking woman. Because the striking red he sees in the mirror and red he sees from the corner of his eye is catching all of his attention. There is no doubt the child is his, a little girl from the plain dress she wears. In coloring she takes after him. The ruby hair, tanned skin certainly a blessing. Had she her mother's skin the child be in a constant state of sunburn without the appropriate protective cream. Just like her mother, and Shanks is reasonably certain he sees the knobbly knees of his childhood peeking out from beneath the hem of that dress. As soon their eyes meet, however, his brain fails to log much of anything else. She has yet to develop the same dry amusement that both Raoul and Mahawk's gaze holds. Instead, the impassivity of those yellow eyes adds a different flavor to the intensity of her observation. For the life of him, Shanks cannot tell if it is for the better or worst. Only that it makes him as equally uncomfortable as when he first met Mahawk's gaze. Not that he'll allow such a thing to show. Unabashed, they study one another. The little girl cannot be more than a year old, cheeks rounded with youth and flushed from the heat of the sun with her cute as a button features. She'd be adorable if it were for those startling eyes. They really don't belong on a sweet little innocent face like that. Oh well, maybe she'll grow into them. I won't marry you. Raoul's greeting stuns, and it takes Shanks a second to get his feet under him, attention momentarily torn from his female miniature. Death do his part, right? Dwahahaha. I don't think I could put up with you for that long. Shanks laughs, and if there's just the slightest tinge of relief in his tone, Raoul is kind enough to acknowledge it. By Mahawk's attitude he assumed she wasn't interested in pursuing an actual relationship, but the confirmation is nice. Their short time as lovers had clearly been enough for her, just like it had been for him. That there are consequences of those actions are just something they're going to have to deal with. Shanks likes to consider himself an honorable man, if not a good one in the eyes of the Marines. He's good to those he cares for, and Raoul is a good friend to have. That she just so happened to be the mother of his child means they've got all the more reason to get along. Of course you're not the marrying kind, Raoul grumbles, though a scratching humor leaks into those sharp eyes. With a shrug, Shanks gets closer, noting that while his daughter shyly steps towards her mother, she never allows him to leave her sight, eyes bouncing from his hat to his face and back. I'm a captain, Shanks declares, and really it's all the explanation a woman like this should need. As expected, Raoul nods in complete agreement, one hand reaching down to accept the grasping limb that the tiny redhead extends towards her. And a father too. Shanks, this is Dracul Riskua. Riskua. Must be a family name. It isn't exactly what he'd have predicted, but then again he'd not really known what to expect if he were to be honest. Naming a child isn't something he'd ever really considered, so perhaps it's for the best Raoul has already got that part over with. It suits the little chick though. Hi there, kiddo. Squatting down to Riskua's level, Shanks offers his friendliest grin, elbows resting on his knees as the girl stares back at him from beneath that short fringe of red. It's real strange to see those eyes peering out from beneath a curtain of crimson hair. Staring out from beneath a slathering of blood would be more the kind of red surroundings he'd have expected those eyes to be paired with. Hello, Riskua murmurs, voice childishly high but surprisingly clear. She's what, just over a year old, he guesses. That's sort of impressive. I think your 2-san owes you at least one dinner, right, Riskua-chan? Wait, He doesn't even get to finish his second word before the little lady is pushed towards him and the front door closes with a whumph. Leaving him stood there, eyes wide and head spinning just a little bit, and with a year-old child stood a mere foot away. She looks up at him with oddly musing eyes, pudgy cheeks puffing out with the pressure and fat little lips pursing. The fact her eyebrows are still quite fair means that even as they sit heavy over her eyes, her expression does not come across as the serious contemplation which it no doubt is. Instead, she just looks sheepishly flustered. "Would you like to get dinner with me, Rescue-chan?" Shanks asks after a moment, holding out his hand to the little redhead. The small appendage that is placed within his own seems minute and is certainly the most delicate thing he has held in a fair number of years. Not only fragile physically, but in regards to trust as well. Rescue looks back up at him with those ringed yellow eyes, but there's a small smile stretching across her pale lips now. Reeling in his more exuberant traits because this is a young child who's still cautious of the world around her and has yet to realize the joys of being truly reckless. Shanks swings the tot onto his hip as he stands, one arm wrapping around her back to hold her tight. Small fingers grasp someone effectively into the fabric of HISEGS at his waist and a hesitantly smiling face looking into his. And well, Shanks thinks as those eyes rapidly warm at the sight of him. He might actually take to this, having a kid, business. Dracule Rescue is 3 years old. Dracule Rescue is 3 years old and she is experimenting with hockey. Mahawk stands in the shade of his sister's house, the autumn weather of this summer island finally allowing for long-sleeved shirts should one care for them, and he watches his niece. He can feel the shifts in the atmosphere that already indicate she's using hockey, but the physical evidence makes it impossible to ignore it right off. The stone she holds in her hand would be ideal for skipping across water when she first picked it up. Smooth, rounded and flat, it'd have flown and bounced beautifully across the surface until gravity took over. What Rescue now holds is a crumpled mass of rock. The handprint not quite a perfect indentation, but the rock has clearly been crumpled by something outside of natural circumstances. One of his brows sits high above his eye, for certainly use of hockey at such a young age is not just uncommon, it is exceptionally rare. The Hawk's well aware that he was exercising his own observational hockey by the age of 6. His capabilities had only expanded since. Still, 3 years old is an prodigiously young age. Rescue places the distorted rock beside her thigh, her eyes slipping closed and hands curling into the comforts of one another atop her lap. It's not quite meditation, but it's exceptionally close. Perhaps something she has picked up from her mother. Certainly it is not a skill he can picture the boisterous red hair imparting upon a child. That famed hair now rests atop his niece's head, no longer the light, wispy curls that used to crown her tiny head as an infant. Instead the tresses now hang around her face in thick clumps, each no longer than her small fingers, the gentlest of flicks at the tips. Once it has some length to its form, no doubt that hair will hang heavy like red hairs, nothing like his sister's gentle waves. Perspiration beads down little Rescue's temples, and Mahawk has but a moment to register that the girl has felt heat far greater than this, that it should not bother her and thus she sweats from something else, when her eyes pop open. No longer as wide as they had once been as in baby, the reflection of his own gaze locks onto his form instantly. So, observational hockey as well, it has taken 3 years, but it seems at long last his little niece has finally gotten interesting. There will be no ignoring this happenstance. Mahawk will not allow it. "Uncle," Rescue's voice is high, nervous as she slowly makes her way to her feet. Unlike back when she was younger, the girl has now forsaken pretty dresses, opting instead for simple cream shorts and an earthy brown top. Colors that make it easier to blend into the background, he notes. "Niece." It is an unspoken command, hidden within the weight of her title, and while Rescue may only be 3, she is far from stupid. The little redhead makes her way towards him, brows puckering over her eyes and little nose scrunched up. She acts nothing like what he's been expecting over the years. In all honesty, he'd been expecting a miniature Shanks at first. When that larger-than-life personality had failed to appear, he'd expected a smaller, redder version of his own sister. And then maybe even a miniature him. They were, after all, the only adults that Rescue really interacted with. Only, the imitation never happened. Rescue seems to have carved out her own personality without aid. "You are experimenting with hockey." "Yes." That is one of the only traits she's inherited from Shanks. And Mihawk greatly appreciates this fact. There are far worse things she could have picked up on than the blatant bluntness. In the very least, she doesn't try to hide uselessly when she's already caught, willing to face the consequences of her actions. It's a promising sign. Mama used to tell me about it, in her stories. Because of course Raoul cannot create fairy tales from off the top of her head, so of course she goes with actual tales of battles to whisk her daughter off into dreamland. Show me. And that is how Dracula Rescue's combat training unofficially began. It's not that her face is ugly, in fact it'd perhaps be quite pretty to look at, were it not for the eyes. Those distinctive, startling eyes that drew all of one's gaze as if working their own gravity. Sitting before the soul mirror in the bathroom, legs folded up to her chest and bottom resting comfortably within the dry sink basin, Dracula Rescue stares at the face that has been hers for the past 4 years. She's been keeping track of it every day, from the textural changes to her hair, to the slight deepening of her tan as she spends more and more time outside in the baking sunshine. The way some resemblance of a face shape has finally risen from the depths of all that puppy fat, even if that pudgy disguise still remains. It'll be years before she can shed herself of it all anyway. That's not the reason she looks in the mirror so often though, it's just, this face is so very different than the one she had before. Brown eyes and brown hair, pale skin and slight freckles, it's all gone. Exchanged for vibrancy that really doesn't belong upon a human visage. The hair is a lovely color, Rescue thinks, taking a gentle hold of the strands and ruffling the small curls that top her head. It's cute and adorable, for all that this body lacks the freckles usually paired with such a hair color. No, really she's cute as a button, and if it were not for that one thing, then she couldn't possibly be any happier. The eyes throw it all off. They're dominating her face, barely allowing for her, who has been studying and familiarizing herself with this face for years, to look away from them. They're not pretty, they're not cool, just really, really unsettling. More than one shop owner in town talks to the air just left of her shoulder instead of looking her into her eyes, and it's really rude. Not that Rescue can blame them. Having to look her mother or uncle in the eye is difficult as hell. But she does, because she knows exactly what that's like. Inspecting the skin of her arms, Rescue gently pokes at the patchwork of bruises that create a hodgepodge pattern up her limbs. It has been a year since Mihawk caught her practicing with hockey, and ever since both her uncle and mother have been training her to fight. Rescue is not stupid, she's aware of just what world she's been reborn into. The hows, the whys, that all escapes her. It's not answers she can picture herself coming across anytime soon. And as it is not imperative to know right away, she's already put those questions on the back burner. Instead, she's been focusing on the sensation that has been around more than the knowledge of what world she's been reborn into, has been there before what family relations she has in this body registered, even before she first realized she'd been reborn at all. She can recall very little of her time in the womb, most of it erased in the soul-scarring panic that is a natural birth. What Rescue can remember though is being held within a tight, warm cocoon. She can remember having no idea where she is, and that her sight sees nothing, that her hearing's muffled, that she cannot stretch out. That, and the thought to figure out just where she is. Unconsciously, she had reached for her observational hockey, had used that sixth sense to get an idea of her situation. The feedback, that she was safe, was probably all that kept her from inducing her own birth early. She's never quite forgotten that sense, had exercised it when searching for the yellow-eyed woman that is now her closest relation whenever her new mother had left her terrible infant sight. It hadn't been until Uncle Mihawk's second visit, until her father's first appearance a month later, that she really clicked onto where she was. And just what kind of power she was experimenting with, what she plans to do with this life. She knows that, as a relation to both Red Hair Shanks and Hawkeye's Mihawk, she's in danger should anyone discover her existence. Rescue is not ignorant. There are people out there who would use her ruthlessly. She refuses to allow such a thing to happen, and that is why she begins working with her hockey immediately. Armament hockey is much more difficult, it doesn't come as naturally, but she's ever so slowly making progress. Training is hard, and it bites that she has to rely on other people for her safety. Pushing down all the doubt, all the insecurities, is immensely hard. Push it down she does though. For Rescue has no idea what she wishes to do with this second life she finds herself with. But when she does know, she wants to be strong enough to make that happen. Riskua-chan, breakfast. Perking up at the call, Riskua twists out of the sink, sliding along the countertop until she can leap down onto the tiled floor. Her bare feet slap against the sandstone tiles and the redhead forcibly tempers her steps. When Mihawk walks, none could hear him unless he allowed it. Riskua would not allow herself to sound like an elephant in comparison. As she makes her way down the corridor, her thoughts flash back to the world she is in, and just what the circumstances of her presence here could bring. Did this body ever exist in the original story? There's always a possibility that Dracule Riskua and Dracule Rowell existed in the manga storyline, that they just died before the start of the series and thus never came up because they were unnecessary to mention. That thought terrifies Riskua. It's one thing to not know what to do with your life, another thing entirely to know you're destined for death. If that is the path she walks down though, well, Riskua'll just have to get strong enough to go off-road for a bit. That's all there is to it. She'll take every day as it comes, and if that means putting herself through the Dracule siblings' held training, then held training it shall be. Captain? Usopp waits, watching as the man he has come to follow slowly returns mentally to their current location, though it's evident he still wants to fly away to whatever holds so much of his attention. Were he not so sharp-sighted, he'd assume the fixation of Shanks' thoughts to have curves as full as the ocean and legs that stretch for miles. However, the look his redhead captain wears is not the besotted warmth of a man madly in love, nor is it the sparking excitement of lust. It's something deeper, and Usopp has his suspicions. Not that he will voice them, not quite yet. Why do we visit this island more than the others? Now they have his attention, Lucky Roo voices the most important question, the one that persists for all of them. Usopp has come to his own tentative conclusions, but it's probably a sight away from whatever the rest of the crew have assumed. They are silent. Where do you goes? Who is she's? Is she really worth all these visits? All those unspoken questions float through the air and Usopp finds himself grinning. Shanks has a contemplative look upon his face, one hand scratching lazily at the short red stubble that emblazons his chin. Alright, I'll let you meet her, but only if you head to the restaurant instead of the bar. There's a herd of grumbled complaints, but Shanks'll hear none of it, and that just cements things in Usopp's mind. He's almost 100% certain of just who this girl is. But Cap, if she's your girl, surely she knows you're a pirate. Dahahaha. Of course she knows I'm a pirate. Shanks' grin is wide, hands on his hips, and he looks so incredibly proud. Of what? Usopp isn't quite sure, not right now anyway. But that doesn't mean she should see the lot of you as drunken bums, not at first anyway. And really, there's no arguing with that. This island, Melring, is a lovely little place. It's right on the edge of the Grand Line, not near the turbulent entrance, but not so far in as to have the big threats show their faces. In fact, it's what could almost be considered quiet from this particular sea. The only thing that gives the island away as one belonging to the Grand Line is the almost unbearable conditions it reaches in the height of summer. The 1 year Shanks had brought them here during that time. The whole crew had threatened immunity if he dared to attempt such a thing again. They were only half joking too. Usopp seats himself down in one of the wooden chairs their helpful waitresses have provided, all of whom seem quite happy to be feeding such a large and hungry group. Certainly they will be earning their pay today, but Usopp knows that they'll be tipped quite well too. Shanks rather free with his money when it comes to a party, and this seems like it's going in that direction. As the crew dig into the dishes laid upon the tabletop, Ben declares they should keep the food coming. After all, it will be a long while before any of them even begin to approach feeling full. It is 5 minutes later when Usopp catches a flash of red from the corner of his eye and he turns to instinctively greet his captain. Only, he finds himself looking down instead, and then choking on the food in his mouth. The shade of red is right on the dot, but the sweet little face it surrounds is most definitely not his captain. Even with his suspicions, to have the explicit proof before him proves blindsiding. He isn't the only one. The rest of the crew suck in startled breaths and several of them choke a little. And by the seas. Those eyes are 7 shades of an eerie eldritch, no matter how curiously, how warmly they look upon them. He's seen those eyes before somewhere. Dahahaha. Riskua, meet crew. Crew, meet Riskua. Shanks appears in the aftermath of his unexpected surprise, 2 hands resting upon the little girl's shoulders, beaming a smile at them. There's a dark promise in that smile. A dare for them to say even one wrong thing that the little lady could take offensively and face the consequences of the captain's wrath. Nope, Usopp's perfectly fine not being on Shanks' shit list. Nice ta meet ya, little lady Riskua. Usopp leans around the tabletop, extending his hand towards his captain's daughter and doing his damn best to ignore those unsettling eyes and the malaise they inspire. Hello, she says, and it's a cultivated tone of voice, accented to the island and a clear indication that she does indeed live here, not just travel with whomever her career may be to meet up with her father. You're Usopp, right? When he nods, the girl smiles and settles herself into one of the two spare seats, folding her hands together and seemingly quite content to let Shanks worry about getting her some food. Papa's told me all about his crew. You're the sniper. Papa. It's the damning proof, the unquestionable evidence, as if little Riskua's hair wasn't enough already, that ties both her and Shanks together. Father and daughter. His captain is a father. Just like him. That I am, Usopp confirms, puffing out his chest in pride as the sweet little girl nods solemnly along. The excited smile gives her away though. She's just as pleased to be meeting them as they are her. Now that the shock is somewhat over. You know, I have a little boy just a bit younger than you. He was toddling around before he was even a year old and could throw a toy block into his playpen before he could even stand. Though he does not see him as much as he probably should, Usopp is incredibly proud of his son, and that always shines through. Usopp is his first topic of choice in a conversation. It's wonderful to have someone new to tell the stories to. How old is he? And by taking an interest in his young son, Riskua easily endears herself to him. Usopp doesn't even try to hide it. And the Dwarf King breathes out his final breath, leaving his last words on how if everyone were to desire good food and good company, then perhaps the world would be a far better place. Riskua finishes her tale, smiling cheerfully around the spoon in her mouth with sticky toffee outlining her lips. There's even a slight smear splashed upon her cheek. To begin with, she had eaten slowly and carefully, but as she began weaving her tale and her animated gestures became more bold and courageous as the story continued on, the oblivious girl had ended up wearing more of her dessert than eating it. Where did you find this story, Riskua-chan? Usopp asks, all the while running through it in his mind. It's a long tale, intricate. He has no hope of recalling it all. I thought it up, she states, head bobbing up and down as if working as her own confirmation while Shanks all but glows with fatherly pride. Mama writes them all down and my tales are going to be made into a book soon. Uncle's gonna get someone to publish them for me. So whoever her uncle is, he's got a lot of connections. Something is itching at the back of Usopp's mind, a prodding feeling that he has all the pieces. He just need to put them together so that this sensation of on the verge of knowing something will stop irritating him. That's brilliant, Gully. It's a cute nickname the captain has come up for her with, if not quite as girly as he probably imagines it. Still, Riskua takes no offense, instead smiling wide and leaning into Shanks' side, eyelids drooping, energy leaking away like fresh water melting from ice. I'm tired, Papa. You have spent several hours telling us some wonderful stories, counsels Shanks, scooping the little lady up into his arms with a practiced ease. Let's get you back home. And well, who knew Captain made such a doting father? They leave 3 days later, and during that time, they see very little of their captain. Not that any of them can really rightly complain, not now that they know the reason as to why Melring has become a destination held so closely to the captain's heart. As they are getting ready to set sail, Usopp stares back at the docks, where the little daughter of red hair Shanks stands. A smile on her face as she waves goodbye to that straw hat rests atop her head, two larger brims shadowing her uncanny eyes from their sight. Thank the Lord for it. The little lady was quite unfortunate to be stuck with such a feature. Shanks is the last of them to board, kneeling before his little girl and getting in one last long hug before they head off again. He plucks the hat from her head, ruffling the lengthening curls that frame her face as he does so. Her loud proclamation for him to return soon tugs at Usopp's heart, and for a moment he sees a little boy instead, seeing his father off into the ocean. Only, East Blue is not the kind of ocean that the red hair pirates would ever come to call home. And while that hurts, he knows his son will grow into a strong, proud man. No doubt he'll become a man of the sea at some point too. Usopp knows his blood will run true. He's already proud of Usopp. Thinking of your own son? Shanks asks as he steps onto the ship, one of the cabin boys pulling in the plank of wood they'd been using for boarding. "Aye, Captain. Sorry to say he's cuter than your little lady." A fist clomps down on his head, though in all honesty Usopp was expecting it. His pride as a father would not allow him to say otherwise, regardless of the fact it's been quite a while since he last saw Usopp. "Dahahaha. That's a lie for the ages, Usopp. My little Gully is the most memorable girl you'll ever meet." Well, with those eyes, that's certainly not something to be disputed. It's not polite to point that out to the captain though, especially when the man's so happy that his whole face seems to be splitting into a beaming grin, the trio of scars even curving under the pressure. "Love you, Papa." Usopp has no idea how Riskua manages to project her voice all the way out to them, but it's certainly impressive just how quickly it brings Shanks to manly tears. "Papa loves you too." And though they know the lass wouldn't have been able to hear the words, Usopp doesn't doubt in the slightest she knows he means them. It is during his next visit, the one after which he finally bit the bullet, swallowed the sword and introduced Riskua to his crew, that Shanks realizes just how special his little girl is. Evidentially, Mihawk has never felt the need to inform him just what he's spending his quality time with Riskua doing. Watching his little girl practice with armament hockey, he can now take a good guess though. His little girl stands in the back garden of her home, a pile of stone slabs next to her that she is steadily making her way though. Tiny hands pluck on up, taking hold of the edges before there's a surge of hockey. The stone wobbles, bending ever so slightly before it snaps, most often clearly in two. That is some impressive strength for a 6-year-old. "How's my little seabird?" Shanks calls, watching as she jumps and the rock in her hand crumples like cheap sails. "Papa?" Riskua's head is cocked over her shoulder, one eyebrow arching as she slowly gets to her feet. Their hair is a matching length now, the slight curls that once topped her head now weigh down enough that they fall in gentle waves instead. She's changed a lot from the chunky little toddler he first met, back when her cheeks were pudgy, flushing red as her temperament flared. They still do now, but it's not as noticeable given how the puppy fat is starting to slowly melt away in the face of her training. The limbs that had once been so squatty are now beginning to hint at the length and form they will reach once Riskua becomes an adult, and oh, time is moving far too fast. He might be looking upon a 6-year-old child right now, with her bitten nails and half-picked at scabs, but she's not going to stay that way. That's a thought to agonize over at another time though, not during his limited few days with his darling daughter, who appears to have lost interest in waiting for him to speak and is once again crushing a rock in her hands, leaving a perfect little imprint. "Hawkeye's teaching you hockey?" Shanks can't really complain about the world's greatest swordsman offering some free training out anything to keep Riskua that bit safer for that bit longer, but teaching her hockey, isn't that overdoing it a bit? "Is he here teaching me?" is his daughter's smart-assed reply, cheeky little grin lifting the corners of her mouth as she drops the latest crushed rock to the floor. There's a scattering of them around Riskua, surrounding her feet as if fallen acorns around the base of a tree trunk. "All right, Gully," Shanks grumps, dropping his straw hat down upon her head until it fully covered her eyes. "How's your observation?" As things turn out, her observation is remarkable. The hawk has to have been teaching her longer than Shanks first assumed. She's managed to block 8 pokes for every 10 he directs at her. After the 37th though, Shanks grows bored and isn't designed to stop his attack after one successful poke. Instead, he lets his fingers dance up Riskua's sides, startling a laugh from the girl. His hat flies off, and Shanks has enough consideration to flick it away from their impromptu tickle war, ensuring it would not get flattened. Riskua's giggles are the most joyful thing he's heard in a long time. Throughout the months he's been gone, he's clashed blades with Mihawk twice, sunk 3 marine ships and partied hard until dawn. None of it was as enjoyable as roughhousing with his daughter though. "Saint stop, I'm trying ta tra train." Riskua chokes out, breathless between her jolted laughter, limbs laced in hockey attempting to push him back and away. But she isn't the only redhead to play about with that power, so Shanks easily keeps pace. Only when her cheeks are as ruby red as her hair does he relinquish his assault, sitting back on the earth and grinning happily as Riskua attempts to catch her breath. For all that she's trying to scowl at him, he can feel her joy radiating from her form. It's only now that he's consciously using hockey to look upon her that he realizes the heaviness that usually accompanies her form has disappeared. even if only temporarily. She's a reasonably serious child, Shanks thinks. From what he can recall of all the other little munchkins he's seen during his adventures, she's a hell of a lot more determined when it comes to training. He's seen her hand to hand, and while neither Rowell or Mihawk specialize in it, they know enough to get her started on her own path. After all, before there were any masters to teach a style, the first had to create it themselves. That's what Risku is doing, experimenting and learning, developing her own style of combat. He knows from his catch-ups with Rowell that their daughter seems rather taken with the idea of twin daggers, something he's going to be on the lookout for when he next heads out to resupply for weaponry. Risku, knowing how to use some form of sharp, pointy blade will only have him sleeping easier at night. For while this is an exceptionally quiet area of the Grand Line regarding pirate activity, it always has the capacity to not remain so. Neither he or Mihawk are particularly difficult to recognize in Risku, and it would only take one idiot with a grudge. But no, Rowell is here, and while not as skilled as either himself or her brother, she's good enough to protect Risku, with the added incentive to be as vicious as she can manage. Which is, yeah, Shanks wouldn't want to be exposed to that kind of levels of righteous fury. Rowell can be scary, if she ever dares to put her mind to it. Thankfully, she's the more level-headed of the Dracul siblings. "I have Papa's birthday present," Risku suddenly proclaims, shooting up into a sitting position and slamming one small fist into the palm of her other hand. Bemused, Shanks nods, even though his birthday was actually months ago. Hell, he's closer to his next one than the one that has already passed. Still, he allows Risku up to go and race off to the house, well aware that this could take some time. It's not that she's careless with the possessions she has. Shanks has just long since concluded that Risk's mother's land and cottage. Thus, she doesn't really think much of dropping whatever she's holding the second she finds something else to occupy her time. Misplacing items in her own territory is just a strange little quirk, and while she always finds them in the end, it's lead to some strange rediscoveries. Like the time he almost drank the magnet at the bottom of his coffee mug, one she'd dropped into the cup weeks beforehand and completely forgotten about. He hesitates to use the word scatterbrained, because it's only the misplacing of objects that the word could be attached to, yet. Oh well, just another strange character trait. If it becomes more of a problem, he'll bring it up then. By the time he makes it to the door, Risku is evidentially done rummaging around, with papers thrown from the coffee table and several books having been removed from the bookshelf during her search. "Here, I made you a tankard. For when you have parties on the ship." It's a bit lopsided, but that's not what has Shanks so intrigued. The handle is very carefully defined, and when he takes a hold of it, the grooves fit into the curve of his palm perfectly. Made specifically for him and, judging by the tiny fingerprints worked into the ceramic, created by the hands of a 6-year-old. Pottery isn't exactly practical on a ship, especially like this, but that just means he'll have to extra careful with this gift. That the majority is painted red, his favorite color, and brown, Risku's favorite color, just about finishes it off. "Thanks, Gully. Best birthday gift yet, even if it is over half a year late." Risku's 7th year on this strange world begins with a map book, containing all of the information on the known world. Or rather, as much of the known world as certain authorities would allow. Uncle Mihawk had handed it over just that morning, and though it wasn't wrapped up, nor proclaimed as such, it's obviously meant to be a birthday present. A way for Risku to look upon the world beyond her own little island and see just what is out there. She's not sure if he's trying to tempt her into going adventuring, into becoming a pirate like him, but she appreciates the gift all the same. While what little the world government allows to be printed of the Grand Line is incredibly interesting, Risku is far more focused on the 4 blues. The culture is no doubt a complete flip side of what she's used to, predictably weather patterns, a compass that actually points north, no exceptionally strange wildlife. After 7 years on this island, the concept sounds strange, interesting, but strange. So Risku reads. She reads on North Blue, home to Noland the Liar and the fearsome Vinsmoke family, how the beautiful, white city, is the sea's claim to fame. She reads of the West Blue, learns what little there is to know of Ohara and studies the islands that were once her father's playground. She learns of Karate Island and the Torino Kingdom. What she pays the most attention to, though, is the East Blue quadrant of this new world. The home of Monkey D. Luffy, the birthplace of Gold D. Roger. So many important things will happen here, even if while they occur they do not appear to be such. For the so-called weakest sea, it certainly has a track record for spitting out tough nuggets. Gold D. Roger, Monkey D. Dragon, Monkey D. Luffy, Roronoa Zoro, Sabo. Hell, maybe Ace even counts, given he's raised there. Being raised there. It's difficult to get her tenses right, even now. She reads all of the politically correct information she can get her hands on, and then with Papa appears 3 weeks later with a belated birthday gift of his own, a gorgeous little gold locket that she plans to never take off. She interrogates him for the real truth of the world out there. She learns that White City isn't all pure and good, that Shanks has his own conclusions of just went down in Ohara, that the world government is full of propaganda to make it seem as if they're on top of everything, when in truth a lot of their control has fallen apart in this grand age of piracy. For really, if they had control of everything, if everything was as well and good as they proclaimed, then surely there's be no pirates running around at all. As she's currently looking at one of the rising stars of the pirating world, Rescue is pretty damn sure the world government is one tiny revolution away from falling apart. Her 7th year is spent studying this world, learning about her surroundings, because it has been 7 years, and she still does not know what she wishes to do with her life. Maybe she can save some lives, maybe she can help some people, but it's not guaranteed. She might just make things infinitely worse. So as much as she wants to go and help Law, wherever he may be, and as much as she wants to go and save Sabo from the clutches of his nasty noble family, as much as she wants to save all those characters that now have the potential to be people to her, all the ones who've suffered, she can't. She could try, certainly. But a 7-year-old is not going to do much good right now, even as a hockey user. So maybe she could help Nami, and maybe she could twist things to help Vivi or Zoro or Usopp. Maybe she could even save Ace from his crippling self-doubt. But the chances of that happening are very, very low. For all Rescue knows, she is slated for death before series start. She'll focus on survival before anything else right now. It's the only thing that assures she'll have some breathing room to actually make a solid plan in the future. Rescue's 7th year is dedicated to doing little more than preparing. Everything she does is dripping with purpose. She sits and she listens to her mother, Dracula Rowell, who has managed to make a living on this comfortable little island so far away from any others. She makes log poses. Rescue doesn't quite understand the process, feels as if she never will, but she can follow the basic steps. What few she attempts making work, though nowhere as efficiently as her mother's do. They take twice as long to log, but the fact they work at all means they can sell. There is one merchant ship that makes monthly trips to the world outside of their little island, and it is he who sells them. Probably for a higher price than what her mother sells them to him for, but that's just business. It's still enough for Rowell and Rescue to live off of in relative comfort. Rescue learns of the islands in the Grand Line from her father and uncle, both of whom have their own collective of epic tales to tell. Occasionally their sagas will overlap as they meet one another in battle, the ringing song which their blades dance to echoes up and down the Grand Line. Sometimes, Rescue sits by her window and she listens with a straining ear. Perhaps it is her imagination most of the times have to be, for her two relatives could not meet that often, but she swears that there are times she can hear the explosive melody as they meet upon the seas in battle. They are both so strong, so powerful. And as such, they both have their own collection of powerful enemies. Rescue cannot rely upon the threat of her relation's retaliation to keep those enemies at bay, to remain assured she will not be hurt. The only defense she can be assured of is her own ability to protect herself, for that is something she could never be without. So Rescue's 7th year is filled with training, as is her 8th. And perhaps that is a good thing indeed, for her immediate world changes halfway into her 9th year. Dracula Mahawk has never considered himself a particularly soft man, and he cannot name a single soul who would proclaim such a thing aloud. Dracula Mahawk is not gentle, nor is he soft. However, he is quite caring towards his dear little sister, and by extension, he has taken to being caring for his niece from the very day that she was born. Yet, in recent years, now that she has developed a semblance of self and has clearly began her journey towards becoming her own person, he finds himself liking OT just because she is his sister's daughter, not for the shared blood that ties them together. No, Rescue is a very interesting little human being. Now that she has come to resemble a miniature person instead of the pudgy, pliable chunk of flesh she was in her earlier years, he can see her potential. Oh, she is no swordswoman, nor will she ever be. The nature of the blade escapes her. At least, regarding swordplay that is. Instead, his sister's daughter favors daggers. A pair of short blades no longer than his palm. Though he has talked to her over the concept of secondary weapons. The girl would like a set of twin daggers with the blade perhaps 2 or 3 inches shorter than his forearm. He plans to keep an eye out for her 9th birthday present. No, the sword will not be her life as it is his. Riskua thrives too much upon hand-to-hand combat for her to even default to a saber. With her training in hockey though, the style of combat she is carefully patchworking together is proving especially efficient. He does not plan to take a punch from now on whenever he runs her through a spar. Her last one had left a crater of impact within the dry-packed earth on Melring as wide as she stands tall. Discounting any young devil fruit users, Mihawk cannot picture Riskua having any trouble with her peers right now. It doesn't mean it could not happen though. The Grand Line is an exceptionally dangerous place, after all. The only way to ever have a hope of remaining unsurprised is to suspect the unexpected in the first place. Even then the odds you'll come across something startling and potentially hazardous to your health is probably 90 to 10. It's a dangerous life Mihawk leads, certainly not for everyone. His dear sister had made that clear by settling down, even if it had taken a baby for her to realize life in the Grand Line wasn't for her. That Rowell has not returned to the open water just proves it. She wouldn't have been the first parent to abandon a child. Her love for Riskua greater than her lust for adventures and the ocean's waves. Question is, what will Dracule Riskua do with her life? Certainly all this time she spends fighting, learning of the world from her books and the adults within her life has to mean something. She is curious. It's only a matter of time before she leaves to witness the world at work in person. Will she become a marine? A pirate? What end of the pirate spectrum will she fall upon? Closer to his own marine-aligned self, or upon the troublesome side of the scale her father resides? He cannot see her being a marine. No one from his family, nor a child with the blood of red hair shanks would bow to taking orders. No, should his dear niece ever set sail upon the vast oceans of the world, it will no doubt be beneath the fluttering form of a Jolly Roger. Be she a captain or a crewmate, Mihawk can see her as either. But from what personality she has portrayed so far, she will not bend to the lifestyle as a marine. If the tiny curling of pride that sits low in his stomach registers within his mind, well, Mihawk is not a soft enough man to show it. Ooh, what's that? The high-pitched, exuberantly over-curious tones bounce out of the little boy's mouth as he grabs for the shell. With ease, Shanks removed the trinket from Luffy's reach, batting his hands away. It'd have been a hell of a lot harder if the boy was any older or stronger than he is now. Or if his limbs could do something incredibly stupid, like detach or even stretch. Shanks pauses for a moment, wondering how Buggy's doing, before he goes back to fending off the little limpet. He manages to keep the shell from those greedy grasping hands, however the meal he'd barely managed to touch takes the fall in the shell's stead. Shanks'll remember its sacrifice with a less than warm heart and a far emptier belly. Still, to save Riskua's late-as-always birthday gift to him from the imminent destruction at the hands of Luffy, well, it's a price worth paying. They've been in this town for a few months now, visiting the blue that Shanks' old captain grew up in. Perhaps it's correct to call this place the weakest of the blues right now, but it hadn't always been. Only in the aftermath of Gold D. Rogers' rise to fame had the East Blue become the weakest. And it was not for a lack of talent. Instead, fearful of another pirate like Captain Roger rising, the Marines had taken to coming down hard on anyone with even a lick of talent from the East. There's only so much a pirate starting out on their adventure can do when faced with overwhelming odds of Marines. Only the exceptional cases, be they by strength or luck, would ever get through to the Grand Line. And speaking of exceptional cases, you can't just grab at other people's things, Luffy. The dark-haired kid blinks those huge black eyes, lips pursing into a pout as he eyes up the shell. Even as he licks clean the plate that once housed Shanks' meal, his stomach gives a mournful grumble. Why not? It's not polite, like if someone stole your food. Ah, what? Who's stealing my food? It's not amusing how his fluffy head swings around, looking for the metaphorical food an enemy presence is about to steal. Okay, so maybe it's a bit funny. No, I want to eat all the meat. This kid, he's something else. Introduced by the bartender as one Monkey D. Luffy, the brat has been begging to be taken out to sea for the entirety of their stay. It's not cute, and it certainly didn't have any effect whatsoever on Shanks' decision to make this town his base of operations during his stay here. Well, okay, maybe it had a little weight behind his choice. Kid's a brat, but he's lovable about it in a way that makes him difficult to ignore. Perhaps that's why Shanks feels the need to share his wondrous treasure with the boy, bestowed upon him a whole 7 months after his actual birthday had passed. Alright Luffy, pay attention because this is one of the 2 most important treasures I have in my possession. It went without saying that the hat sat upon his infamous hair was the first. Curiosity piped. Luffy leans so far forwards he almost falls right off the bar stool. Were it not for Usopp catching him by the back of his shirt, he'd have ended up face-planting the floor. It doesn't surprise him that the whole crew quietens slightly, their gaze lingering on the little shell in Shanks' hand. Of course they've all got a soft spot for his darling daughter, after meeting her who wouldn't have one. This is a tone dial, Shanks explains, and just like that, the little device is activated. It's autumn here now, and the leaves are starting to fall off the trees. We don't get snow though, so winter's just a bit colder than summer here. Maybe someday I'll get to visit a winter island and actually see some ice outside of those fruity cocktail drinks that Ka-chan won't let me have. The recording stops as Shanks silencing the tone dial. His clever little daughter's birthday present consisted of her recorded voice, narrating as she went about her adventures upon her little home island in days past. Her thoughts when training, when thinking, just making a record of her life. Shanks loves his little girl. But the sea calls to him. He could never stay upon dry land for long, nor would he ever forgive himself if he took her out onto the open ocean and put her in harm's way. With this gift, he has a way to stay close to Riskua while he's away, listening to her tales of days long since past. Not that he'd expect anything else. After a few years, he's kind of gotten used to the late birthday gifts. In front of him, Luffy looks as if he's had a sudden epiphany, staring fascinated at the shell in Shanks' hand. Ooh, so it's a mystery shell, a shell that talks. Wait, a shell? No Luffy, the shell doesn't talk, but it just spoke. And then Luffy's finger is already digging for gold in that nasal cavity. Shanks has well and truly lost him by this point. The shell speaking has been accepted by Luffy as universal fact, and not even an act of God will change S. point. Shanks sure as hell isn't willing to try. The kid's as stubborn as a mule. He can't help but sit back and compare the little tyke with his own daughter. In comparison, Riskua seems so much more mature, and he'd never really realized it until now. This little Luffy is kind of a goof, starstruck by their piracy, certainly. Still, both he and Riskua look upon him as if it is he who raises the sun and moon, as if he hung the stars in the sky. It's a good kind of feeling. Yeah, Luffy's a brat, but he's a lovable one at least. Even if he's blatantly ignorant in the ways of the working world. That kind of pure innocence is wonderful to see. Maybe the red hair pirates will stick around for a while. Shanks comes back missing an arm. Riskua cannot stop staring, even though she knows it's very impolite to do so. A part of her realizes his hugs won't be as warm now that there's only one limb to wrap around her shoulders. You're dying. It's strange, everything in this world dies. It is the one true fact of life. Shanks has long since accepted his own mortality. It's not even up for questioning now given his latest brush with death. He just wouldn't have expected Dracule Rowell to go sleep with the fishes before him. Well, he still might beat her there, if he's hit by an unlucky streak before she bites the bullet. Dracule Rowell is dying. He can feel it, reaching out with that sixth sense of hockey. Like a shallow rot, taking root deep inside her, some kind of disease that she's evidentially incapable of overcoming. Because if she could, she'd be better already. Dracule Rowell is going to die. Maybe not this year, maybe not the next, but he cannot picture her lasting more than 3 full turns of the seasons. I do not wish for her to see me wither away, Rowell admits, and Shanks is reminded of just why she hadn't been a one-night stand, never to be thought of again. Dracule Rowell is a rather amazing woman. It truly is a shame that things could never have aligned for them to work out. Rowell longs for an outstanding man to become her husband, one who would devote himself completely to her. And while Shanks most certainly qualifies as an outstanding man, his first love shall always be the sea. He would never be able to leave her for a woman. He has a massive amount of respect for Rowell, who has raised their daughter so perfectly, and now when faced with a difficult choice, picks the road that will leave her soul tearing far worse than any other option in order to spare Riskua's feelings as much as she possibly can. To send her child away, so that the memories of her mother would only ever be true and good, to not force her to remain and watch as Raoul withered away. Keeping her nearby would give Raoul more time with their daughter, but the strain it had put upon Riskua, leaving her waiting for the executioner's axe to drop and sever Raoul from the waking world. It's unthinkable. You want me to take her somewhere safe, Shanks finishes, hand coming up to grip at his hair. Even now, 2 months afterwards, his head feels exceptionally naked without the straw hat. As the concept of a safe place whirls about in his mind, Shanks can picture a happy little anchor grinning up at him from beneath the brim of a too large straw hat. I know a place, Shanks says slowly, watching for even the slightest twitch in Raoul's face. Nothing, though her emotions do spike. She's doing what's best for Riskua, and though there's no doubt the girl will be unhappy about this, it truly is for the best. It's Raoul's wish to leave her with nothing but good memories, to give her a short pain rather than a long-lasting scar. Emotional or not, watching and waiting for her mother to die would leave its mark. Will she be safe? In the hometown of Garp the Fist? Only a pirate as ballsy as he would dare venture into that place, and those who fall into that category are far too busy to really pay any attention to East Blue, never mind that specific little island. She'd be safe in anonymity there. Plus, Little Anchor would have someone Shanks can trust looking out for him. The benefits for Riskua? She's such a serious child. Luffy will easily counteract her more solemn moods. Yeah, she'll be safe. To say Riskua takes the news badly is, well, she just stares blankly at him after the announcement she's basically being sent away, before turning on heels and heading out the door. It's been 2 hours, and he hasn't seen her since. Learning your mother's going to die and that she doesn't want you around in those final years, it'd be a blow for anyone, never mind a 9-year-old child. Shanks just hopes she isn't too angry at them, or in the very least does not remain so. Why don't I have Conqueror's Haki? It had a 1 in a million chance of happening, but still, some part of Riskua had been expecting Conqueror's Haki. Shanks, her father, had it, and if it had any genetic link at all, surely that meant she'd have the same gift. The ability to render others unconscious should they be weaker would have been exceptionally helpful. Yet that power is conspicuously absent. Being reborn into this world with advanced knowledge had made her special. Perhaps it had been big-headed to expect another power-up to go along with it. Before it had all made logical sense in her brain. Conqueror's Haki belonged to those who would change the world, and surely given that she has the memories of her past life, she will be at the very least a zephyr prompting ripples across the surface, a butterfly creating tsunamis. It made sense at the time, but no matter how much she's tried to tease it out, it just wasn't coming. Dracule Riskua does not have Conqueror's Haki, which, yeah, that sucks. Which brings her to the reason she is thinking about Conqueror's Haki in the first place. The fact she would soon be meeting one, if not 2 more blessed with the aforementioned gift. That her father had proclaimed he was taking her to a little town in East Blue he'd just finished up visiting. She's going to be meeting Monkey D. Luffy. She doesn't want to go. It's not that she's against meeting Luffy, against making a life in a location where her survival is all but guaranteed. She does not wish to leave her mother. 9 years with someone loving you unconditionally, you grow attached. There's no 2 ways about it. Riskua is attached to her mother. She's heard the woman crying late at night, when she thinks her darling daughter is asleep and unable to hear the heart-wrenching sobs that she chokes out. Her respect for the woman has only grown, that she puts on such a strong face. Pretends all is okay just so that Riskua will not hurt any more than she can possibly avoid. Pressing the meaty flesh of her palms to her eye sockets, Riskua strangles a cry of her own before it can fully form, warm liquid trickling down her inner wrists as her torso quivers. It hurts. A warm weight comes to rest on her shoulders and Riskua startles, swinging around to look at the source. Only, Shanks is right there, face twisted with sympathy and eyes looking suspiciously shiny, though his cheeks remain dry. All it takes is his sheer presence and Riskua is crawling into his lap, fingers curling into the soft fabric of his white shirt, nose pressing to the half-bared chest as she gives up all semblance of restraint. There's no hiding this, not when Shanks already knows and she just doesn't have the energy to keep up a strong facade. Not like her mother, who stands there so tall and proud as if she is not already staring death in the face. If she wishes to send Riskua away, then she probably won't be so imposingly alive for much longer, will already be growing weaker. Riskua has lived a sheltered life, hidden away on this island, and the memories of before. In the memories of before, she'd been lucky. None of her family had ever died, had ever gotten remotely injured. She had been the first to die in her lifetime, grandparents, parents, cousins and siblings still alive. All she has ever known before this day was physical pain. Emotional pain, the crushing weight of knowing that this was not something she could fight, could ever recover from and would just have to learn to live with. It hurts. The pathetic whimper doesn't sound like her in the least, but this kind of emotional breakdown is not a thing Riskua has ever experienced before. I know. She can hear the sorrow in his voice, feel the rumble of his chest beneath her fingertips and the fact there's only one arm wrapped around her, holding her. Because the other one isn't there anymore. No you don't know because you don't love her, not like I do. Riskua rages, banging her fists against his shoulders, even as her own shake and shatter. She's my mum, and I. A hiccup bubbles through Riskua's lips, chased by a low-pitched whine as she reburies her faces into Shanks' chest, guilt surging. Shanks might not love Raoul as much as she does, but there is a friendship like love between them. I'm sorry, Riskua whimpers, attempting to pull back because she's planted her face right by his still relatively fresh wound, right by the shoulder that leads to an arm that isn't there anymore. Only a hand presses to the back of her skull, fingers threading into her hair and guiding her back. I had a mum once too, Gully. I know it hurts. And the tears stream once more because of course. Everyone has a mum. It shouldn't even be a surprise Shanks knew his mum enough to feel such soul-destroying pain as she does when he lost her. Raoul only wants what's best for you, Shanks continues, and Riskua doesn't want to hear it, doesn't want any more confirmation but it's still coming anyway, just like me and Hawkeye's do. You'd have needed to leave this island at some point, little seabird. Spread your wings. See the world beyond this little spit of land. See the whole ocean. And I know it's not the best circumstances to do it with. Shanks trails off and Riskua slowly extends her head from the shelter of his collarbone, blinking teary eyes up at the redhead man. It's not an illusion, her head feels a bit damp too, because Shanks is crying as well. Soft tears, slow little droplets that are far and few between, but it's there. But you're a strong kid. You're certainly no pushover because you're my kid, but I'm pretty sure that tough character comes from your mum. Here the pirate tweaks her nose, Riskua recoiling in surprise as the man laughs, the sound rough and warm. If you want an aim though, a direction or something to do, I have an idea. There's still a thick layer of depression sitting heavy on her shoulders, but Riskua manages to beat it back for a moment, long enough to perk up ever so slightly and lean forwards. You want me to do something? Yep, Shanks confirms, shuffling her about until she's resting comfortably in his lap, surrounded by the warmth of his body. Riskua hadn't thought this'd be possible anymore, but the lack of arm does not hinder Shanks in the slightest when offering comfort. His sheer presence is the strongest assurance that she could possibly receive and Riskua allows herself to relax into it. Because for the next moment, she won't have to worry about anything, Shanks will keep her safe. She trusts him. When I was over in East Blue, I met a kid. Oh, he's a good kid, Shanks continues, smile warm and head still looking exceptionally naked without that famed straw hat. Though she knows exactly where it rests right now, just whose noggin it's keeping warm. I don't have a brother, do I? Riskua asks, and it's worth the slight shake in her voice to see Shanks' sheer surprise. What? No way. One brat's enough for me. And his fingers dance up her ribs, drumming forth a very unwilling giggle, wet and watery as it is. Anyway, Shanks continues, sending Riskua a stern glance to keep her from coughing up any more interruptions to his tale. The brat's an absolute menace, could trip over trouble on a flat surface. Hell, kid ate a devil fruit thinking it was just a regular dessert. Yep, that's exactly how it went down, if Riskua is recalling things correctly. It's clear to see Shanks likes Luffy, has all but adopted him despite his claims one brat is enough. She smiles because that is so like her father, to draw a kid in like that and become completely besotted. And he's got his heart set on becoming Pirate King. I know you probably don't want a babysitting gig, Gully, but you think maybe you could keep an eye on him for me? Kid wants to go out to sea and can't even swim. Perhaps it's done with honest worry for Luffy, but it's also clear that Shanks is trying to take her mind off of Rowell's impending death. And maybe on an actual child it would have somewhat worked. On children that didn't understand the concept of existence outside of their immediate surroundings, then the unavoidable end of her mother's life would have become little more than an afterthought given them. But Riskua is cursed with an adult's understanding of the situation. She can only attempt to focus on this task and hope it will distract her somewhat. "You want me to keep this kid from drowning?" Riskua asks, sniffling and rubbing at her cheeks, pawing at her eyes and wiping at her face. Her hands come away covered in nasty fluids, snot and tears, and it's disgusting. Shanks just laughs when she wipes the excess off on his shirt. "You're a good swimmer, little seabird, so don't go eating a devil fruit yourself." As if I'd be able to find one. Riskua has never really considered the powers of a devil fruit, and she doesn't really want to do so. She's doing just fine without one right now, and she'll only worry about the fruits of the sea and her need to consume one if she actually comes across the nasty snack. "Right, now come on, let's head back to the house." Shanks gets up, making his way back towards her home, and Riskua follows. Riskua is grievously clingy with her mother as they get ready to set sail. Something clenches tight in Usopp's chest, Usopp's face flashing before his own, and he swiftly banishes it. Shanks and the red hair pirates are rising fast, and that makes enemies. Enemies that have already proven more than willing to go after what they deem to be bad blood, no matter how innocent the host, how pure the owner of those veins may be. Usopp will never be on the same level as Gold D. Roger. Hell, Shanks may never quite reach that sort of legend, but he does not want to risk it. For the same reason, Shanks now plans on sending his daughter elsewhere, sending her somewhere safe and peaceful and quiet. Usopp cannot risk contacting Usopp. Every time Usopp has met little Riskua so far, she has seemed so much greater than her actual age. Not in the same way his captain conducts himself, all loud and boisterous and impossible to ignore. No, Riskua wears an adult's persona around her as if slipping into formal clothing, smiles warm and friendly, the slightest tinge of exasperation whenever she's dealing with Shanks at his most charming. The little lady doesn't act like any of the 9-year-olds he's seen before. Not to say that all children are the same or anything, it's just that she's a bit strange. "Usopp, Andale Ariba. Get ya ass in gear." Shanks flaps his arms about before manically throwing his head back and laughing proudly. If there's just a tinge of despair in there, then Usopp knows not to mention it, as do the rest of the crew. This is the last time they will see Rowell alive, and while she's not part of the crew, and while she was just a short-term fling of the captain's, she is the mother of their captain's child, and for that she has their loyalty. That she raised such a pleasant child, that gives her their respect. "I love you, Riskua. I love you too, Mom," and there's tears streaming out of those haunting yellow eyes. Cheeks flushed red with the pressure of her emotions, and Riskua is not a pretty crier. In fact, there's snot and saliva all over her face, to the point where even Shanks grimacing as he wipes her clean with one handkerchief. Lucky Roop cringes when he's handed the soiled cloth back. "If you need me, we'll be in captain's quarters," Shanks proclaims, scooping up Riskua up with his remaining arm, chin resting atop the crown of her red hair as he makes his way across the deck. There's a moment of silence among the crew, a moment of silence for the woman that is so important to little Riskua. And then Ben is barking orders of what needs to be done. The scent of the cresting ocean waves invades his senses, and Usopp is home once again. It's been 3 days since they left the island of Melring, and it is almost as if Riskua has left her spirit behind with that summery spit of land. She trails dutifully after him, her AYS pursed, turned down at the corners. Shanks doesn't know how to deal with her. He's never had to comfort a child from anything other than simple injuries before. Not until Luffy, and even then it hadn't been over such a monumental loss. The only thing he'd ever needed to comfort Luffy over was the boy's guilt when it came to the loss of his left arm. Trying to reassure a child over the impending death of their primary caregiver, that wasn't something he'd ever had to deal with before, nor did he particularly want to. Yet, it appears those are the lemons life has handed him. It's just a shame Shanks never really fancied the taste of lemonade. Not unless it came with copious amounts of liquor, which, maybe. No shaking his head to banish the thought of alcohol before the idea could truly take root. Now was not the time to be drinking, his little girl needed him. Shanks doesn't have the slightest idea on how to be a dad, so far he's just been winging it and hoping for the best, and until now that has been enough. Because he's been operating as one half of a whole. That's not to say he and Raoul had fit together perfectly. He cannot quite picture them ever managing to become the entity that phrase seems to imply. No, he was one half of a whole in that he was one of Risku's parents. Perhaps if the little redhead had never happened, then Raoul would have just been another one of his past lovers, admittedly one he was on friendly terms with by sheer association to her brother. Instead, she is the only other member of a two-people-only exclusive club, being Risku's parents. The slightly less exclusive club in that there is one more member, Mahawk, consists of Risku's relatives, her family. But there's always the chance for that to grow. If she becomes close enough to someone, if she begins making her own bonds with people, then her family has the potential to grow. Shanks hopes she'll take to Luffy, hopes she comes to hold the little anchor close, like family. Shanks likes him, knows the kid'll go far. Knows he'll look after all those he holds near and dear. Perhaps it's a bit heavy-handed of him to push the two children together, but he's certain they'll be good for one another. As much as Shanks loves all of his family, he knows he's not the best for emotional comfort. Luffy just has an aura about him, one that sucks you in, holds you close and makes you believe. Believe in him, in yourself, in all of the good that remains in the world. He wants Risku to experience that, especially during this trying time for her. He's not using Luffy. It'll be advantageous to both kids if they were introduced to one another, if they got along. Risku can look after Anchor. After all, not only is the brat a hazard to his own health, he'll probably be a lot better with an older sibling-like figure in his life. Risku is nurturing, he's seen the way she acts with kids. Whenever he took her out to the village, if one of the little brats tripped and scraped their knee, she'd pick them up and offer comfort. If one of them looked hungry, she'd hand over whatever candy she had in her pocket. And the one time she'd spoken of her dream, I want to go to sea and have lots of adventures to tell my future children about, was to have a brood of her own in the future. Once Shanks gotten over the terrible heart attack at the very thought of what would have to happen for his daughter to have children, he wouldn't gut the man per se, but a little conqueror's hockey to test a man's resolve never hurt anybody, right? After all, not just anyone would be worthy of his little girl. And if so very few have been able to stand against his hockey so far, well, those suitors are tough out of luck, aren't they? He'd been unable to suppress the little smile at the dream. Not because of the contents of the dream, he's a bit ashamed of it, but he's ever so thankful his little girl's eyes are so damn off-putting. That'll efficiently cut down on the amount of men willing to go after her, and if they get past that, there's always the threat of her male relatives to scare them off, but because she has one. His little gully knows what she wants from life, and has a resolve to fight for it. That's why she's getting strong, he knows. So that she can complete her dream, keep herself, and those she takes under her wing, safe. It just seems her resolve has taken a hit in the face of her mother's illness. A wake-up call that no one is untouchable as they make themselves out to seem. "Hey little seabird," Shanks whispers, running his hands through Risku's slowly lengthening hair, smiling when she actually meets his gaze. "Come fish with me." He holds out one of the fishing poles, the other half tucked under his arm, and he's getting better at this juggling two objects with only one hand business. The sea breeze is potent in the air, already soaking into every fiber of their being. The familiar scent of Melring steadily being stripped from Risku's clothing, from her hair and skin. Free from the gentle shades of the island trees, Risku's tan has darkened a shade or so, leaving her a glowing golden brown. It only makes the eerie yellow of her eyes stand out that much more within the confines of her face. "Fishing?" she parrots, white feet flashing as she chews on her lower lip. One canine is gone, having deserted her mouth to make way for its adult replacement. All her teeth are still in that unfortunately humorous stage of transformation, leaving childhood milk teeth behind to accommodate for her adult chompers. Shanks is no doctor, but from what he's seen of her little begrudging smiles so far, they look as if they're in good condition. "Yep. You can't go out to sea without having a go at fishing in the open blue," Shanks insists, spreading his arms wide and gesturing to the grand, open space around them. Grudgingly, Risku's lips slowly mold into a smile, rising to her feet and accepting the sturdy fishing pole he's been offering her. Weighing the length of the tool in her small hands, she gives it a very hesitant flick, experimenting. The gesture is awkward and Shanks can't quite hide his little laugh. Here, watch me and do as I do. They spend several hours on the railings of the ship, Riskua with a rope tying her to the ship just in case. The polished wood is comforting beneath his feet, shoes kicked off so that he may enjoy the sensation of ocean mist upon his soles. Every so often Riskua will tilt her head into the breeze, eyes fluttering closed as she accepts light kisses from the wind upon her cheeks. The scent of fresh fish isn't so much a pleasant odor as a familiar one, their catches piling up until one of the crew takes the initiative to gather it up and take it down to the kitchen. It's taken a few hours, but Riskua's got a hang of fishing, even come to enjoy it by her triumphant laugh at her last catch. Given the haul had been as large as she was, perhaps she has a bit of a right to feel accomplished. Papa? Yes, my little seabird? Riskua is staring out to sea, eyes burning a spectacular orange in the light of the setting sun. Why don't I have Conqueror's Haki? The locket he bought her captured the sun on its surface for a moment, but it is nowhere near as blinding as the question his baby girl just voiced. Conqueror's Haki was not something he'd ever expected her to ask about, for all that she's clearly been training in the other two throughout her life with Raoul and Mihawk's influence. It's a 1 in a million chance, Gully. Setting down the fishing rod, Shanks lays his arm across thin shoulders, before thinking better of it and wrapping the limb around her back to reel her in. Riskua startles, accidentally releasing the fishing rod in her hands. Flailing, Shanks catches it with his legs, but it's a near thing that almost sends the both of them tumbling into the stretch of water below. I just wanted to know if I could change things, you know? No, he doesn't know. He's got no idea where this is coming from, truthfully. Until this very moment, Shanks had been under the impression wished to have her adventures. He's got no idea at all what she'd wish to change. They're speaking far too broadly for him to even take a guess. Just because you don't have Conqueror's Haki doesn't mean you can't change the world. And he believes that, truly, while it's true that specific brand of Haki makes things easier, the absence of it doesn't make such a thing as changing the world as impossible. Just a little more of a struggle. Not that Shanks cannot picture Riskua going through that struggle if she were determined enough. I don't want to change the world. Riskua whispers, red brows furrowing as a mask of concentration settles upon her face. Shanks leans back, watching the younger redhead mull over the thoughts whirling through that tricky little brain of hers. I think I want to change things so that my friends can have better lives. Your friends? Shanks hadn't known Riskua had any friends. Surely Raoul would have told him if so. The woman was all for sharing important milestones with him. He still has the picture of her first steps being completed, still has the first drawing she made for him. Even that oh-so-breakable mug she made for his birthday. Even if he's had to glue it back together after one too many falls from his desk. It's strange, I haven't met them yet, but when I do make some friends, I think I'll want to look after them, even if it means fighting the world. She looks up at him, with those bright eyes and even brighter smile, all hopeful and adorable as can be. And Shanks finds his own grin widening, leaning in to rub his forehead against hers. That's a good thing to aim for, but you don't need Conqueror's Haki for that. Got it, Riskua? She's startled a bit at the use of her name in lieu of the usual nicknames, holding his gaze with raised brows and rounded eyes. Yet she nods, cheeks flaming with a pleased blush. Got it, Papa. There's peace between them for a few more minutes, Riskua reclaiming her fishing rod and flicking it out to sea once again, content to sit with his arm still curled around her form. Muffled sounds from the various activities of the crew make a low symphony of background noise, so commonplace that it begins to lull Shanks into a half-hearted doze. There's only the slightest hint of observational Haki fluctuating within him, ensuring they don't accidentally hook a ceiling by mistake. Papa, is there a way to counteract Conqueror's Haki? As he made his interest in that question vocally clear, Riskua straightens up, shuffling about on the railing as her short legs kick forwards several times in an attempt to vanish the pins and needles that have no doubt settled in. Is there a way to project your will to show you don't consider yourself against the Conqueror's will, so that the Haki doesn't affect you? Like a defense? Why are there only 3 main branches of Haki anyway? Is that all there is? Or did people just stop experimenting after they found those? Is there an opposite to observational that can hide your presence? And can armament be flipped around too? Well, she's certainly distracted from Raoul's situation. Shanks thinks as he finds himself scrambling to come up with any kind of answer at all for those inquisitive questions. Questions that Riskua still rambles off and damn Mihawk for starting her on this training and never fielding her questions. Why did his brat have to be such a smart one, he thinks with such a proud smile. I don't really know the answer to those questions, Gully. There's only the slightest pause, the smallest lull in conversation as Riskua absorbs his words, and she doesn't hesitate with what she says next. Then I'll find those answers. Those and more. I'll have adventures, and before I settle down to have a family, I'll become an expert in hockey. No, I'll be the expert, and when I have the answers, I'll tell you. Huh. That's a good dream, Gully. When she smiles, so bright and proud, Shanks can only grin right back. And maybe he's a bit hopeful, but well, the expert on hockey cannot really belong on any crew other than the future Pirate Kings, right? The ship that pulls into port is one intimately familiar to Makino, and certainly not one she expected to see again. Not for a few years, at the very least. She spares a moment for Luffy, who will no doubt be crushed when he learns he's missed his hero's return by 3 days. It is such a shame Garp has dragged him off to, well, somewhere. She's just a little bit worried about the boy, but hopefully the man who's just arrived in town will be able to help with that. Brushing down her apron, Makino pauses for a second, thinking better of it, and removes the whole thing altogether. She's in a faded orange blouse, one she doesn't mind accidentally spilling a bit of liquor down, but it still flatters her figure nicely and goes quite well with the warm tan skirt she wears beneath her apron. Coupled with the worn yellow bandana she wears over her head to keep her bangs back, perhaps she looks a little too like autumn personified, but at least she makes a pretty season turned human. Whoop slap, please watch over the bar, Makino hastily requests, already halfway out the door even as her hands ring over one another in a visual display of her nerves. Though she had been unsure of them at first, the red-hair pirates had become good friends to her over the past year, Shanks especially. Makino smiles at the thought of the red-haired man who gave up an arm to ensure Luffy's safety, remembering all the times he had slouched against her bar, sharing that cheerful smile of his whenever he could pull his lips from the brim of a bottle. His good humor, his carefree attitude, it was so different than any others in Fuchsia Village. So friendly and larger than life, he brought sunshine, just like Luffy could. That is how Makino knows the little boy now made of rubber is going to succeed in life. Because he's just like Shanks, he draws people to him, pulls them in, and cares so very fiercely for those who he loves. Making her way down the street, Makino waves to Chicken as she passes by, trying to ignore the other woman's knowing smile. She's aware her cheeks probably glow with the blush that stains them, but she refuses to be ashamed of it. She's a good-looking woman in her early 20s, and there's a lovely man that she likes. Something might come of it, something might not, but Makino will never know if she does not try. It might not be as impressive a goal as Luffy's designs to be Pirate King, but Makino doesn't care. Just aiming to find a nice man for herself, even if it's not the one she currently has her eyes upon, though she dearly hopes it is enough for her. She casts her mind back, remembering when Shanks would sit upon the bar stool, weaving tales of the world outside of her little island, of the fantastic weather upon the Grand Line that made no sense in the slightest. Of all the battles he's partaken in, of the scraps he gets into with his sort of rival Hawkeyes, of all the adventures he's ever been on. She's enchanted. Makino isn't silly. She's well aware that she's been pulled in by Shanks' magnetism. She's just got to hope that she's got a special something that makes him perk up and pay attention too. Coming up to the docks, Makino stops before the gangplank, greeting Lucky Roo with a wide smile and cheerful wave, which the man returns without hesitation. It's a good thing she stocked up on the liquor, though with how little they're unloading it doesn't look like they'll be staying longer than a night. Yeah, that hurts a bit, but she'll make the most of the time they're here, she doesn't have much choice otherwise. Hey Captain, look who's here, is it Anchor? She hears his voice before she sees him. Red hair appears from over the side of the railing as his gaze locks on hers. One of those brilliant smiles lights up his face, all warm and charming as he takes her in. Prettier than Luffy, Captain. I'll say, Shanks says around his grin, and he doesn't look disappointed in the slightest that the one here to greet him isn't the little boy who he'd saved. In fact, he appears just as delighted by her presence as he might have been with Luffy's. Makino. She tries not to think too much on just how happy he is to see her, tries to ignore the warmth that curls in her gut, but it's an impossible task. Who? That isn't a voice that she recognizes. As Shanks emerges from behind the railings, hopping up onto the gangplank, he pulls a smaller body after him, one that Makino had guessed at existing but hadn't dared to ask for confirmation of. She knows that most pirates aren't exactly the marrying type, and she knows it's not just pirates that enjoy the carnal pleasures of life. She herself is no blushing virgin after all. She remembers leaning against the countertop as Shanks played that strange shell for Luffy, remembers the voice that came out. Obviously that voice belongs to the young girl that now stands beside Shanks' side, their hair far too similar for them to be anything other than close relatives. Father and daughter probably. The only issue she has with this child is the very real implication that Shanks might not be as available as she'd first thought, though he'd mentioned no other half during all of their talks. "Ah, this is Makino, little seabird," Shanks explains, effortlessly scooping the girl up with his remaining arm so that she can rest against his side. She's perhaps a little big to be doing that, but with how often Shanks out at sea, Makino assumes she doesn't get to see much of her father. Given how she leans into his side, looking incredibly content to be there, it's clear they have a good relationship. The nickname is quite adorable as well, and makes even more sense with Shanks introduces the girl. "Makino, this is Riskua, my little girl." He presses a kiss to Riskua's forehead, and with name like that, the reason for her nickname is obvious before letting the girl jump to the ground. She looks incredibly like Shanks, if one discounts her unnerving eyes. Makino's struggling to picture the source of such strangeness, to imagine a woman Shanks took enough of a liking to in order to create the little girl before her, be Riskua the intended result of such actions or not. Tries to picture this mysterious female who has to be the source of those eyes, but she's coming up blank. "It's nice to meet you," Riskua says quietly, holding out her hand in greeting, and Makino squats down so that they're on a more even level. She's older than Luffy, by maybe 2 or 3 years, and nowhere near as hyperactive. "It's nice to meet you too, Riskua. Just call her Gully," Shanks flippantly proclaims with a boisterous laugh afterwards, ruffling the girl's shoulder-length hair in what is clearly a common gesture of affection. Like a trooper, the girl suffers through the motion with an exasperated smile, patting down the thick red strands once he's done. "Now where's our little anchor?" Her heart does not flip when he says, "Our," like Luffy belongs to them or something. That Riskua wears the same knowing smile Chicken had exhibited earlier that day. Well, Makino ignores that too. "He's not in town, you just missed Garp by 3 days." The man shudders slightly at the mention of the Marine, even as Riskua hides a little giggle behind the palm of her hand. She acts very little like her father, but then there's every chance she feels it unnecessary to do so in the presence of the man himself. "Garp, huh?" Shanks grumbles beneath his breath, flicking Riskua's ear when her laughter gets a little louder. Garp usually takes him off for training in the mountain, Makino admits, watching as her fellow female blinks and then bobs her head in acceptance. "I'll find him," she says quietly, and it takes Makino a moment to realize just what she's saying. "Find him?" she repeats dumbly, gaining the attention of both of Fuchsia's visitors, their red heads tilting to a side in a manner so identical they look like one entity instead of two. "Ah, that's right, Gully can't stay on Red Force, as much as I'd love to take her on adventures with me, so she's promised me she'll stay here, street sinking if he's in any danger. Oh. So, if Shanks never taken Riskua on any adventures, and it's only now that he needs to find her some place to stay, either the mother has never been in Riskua's life or is no longer in a position to do so. If it's the first option, then clearly her caretaker has recently become unable to look after her, which explains her presence. Sympathy for the yellow-eyed girl swells in Makino's bosom, at the same time hope blooms. Perhaps she has a chance with Shanks after all. "I'm gonna go look around town," Riskua muses, reaching out to snatch the hand of the first red-hair pirate that passes by them. Ben startles at the gesture, but Makino's eyes are only upon the girl. "You two catch up," and she winks right at Makino. The bartender has no idea what's going on, other than the fact Riskua seems quite aware of Makino's ahem intentions towards her father and seemingly approves. Well, Makino thinks as she watches the little cherub walk away, she's not going to waste this opportunity she's been given in that case. Shanks is sat up to her bar, and it's almost as if he never left. Were it not for the lack of a left arm and the addition of the little girl that has just walked in through the door, Makino can almost believe no time has passed since Luffy was badgering this man to take him out to sea. For the past 3 hours, she and Shanks have talked about the mundane happenings of Fuchsia village, about the seas he's traversed to fetch his daughter, about how he's missed this quiet little village. In low tones, he's explained the reason behind Riskua's presence, and Makino feels for the little girl who knows she won't be seeing her mother alive again. That she's also secretly pleased that Shanks hasn't had sexual relations with the mother of his child since the girl's conception. Well, she's guiltily pleased about that. If the way Shanks looks at her is any indication, the way he opens doors for her and tucks her arm against his remaining appendage is any indication, then maybe she has a shot at this. That Riskua clearly has no ill will against her probably helps too. Pouring the girl some mango juice, her favorite according to Shanks, Makino sets the glass down beside Shanks' own as the little lady hops up onto a stool. "Thank you, Makino-san. Just Makino please." She doesn't look at her, but Riskua does smile as she stares into her beverage, so perhaps it's not too presumptuous of Makino to believe she's somehow won the girl over already. "So will you be visiting often, Papa? You know I mostly sail the Grand Line, Gully. But aren't you and Makino?" She trails off and the bartender stumbles slightly at the implication that she doesn't think the 9-year-old should understand. "Ah, you shouldn't know about stuff like that," Shanks cries, shaking his head before deciding better off it and digging his knuckles into the girl's temple. "I don't know where you learned about stuff like that, but you can forget about it. Forget it right now." Smugly Riskua laughs, ducking out from her father's immoderate range. "And besides, Makino wouldn't want a dirty pirate like me, right?" But when he looks at her he's not serious with his words, instead there's an underlying question there that Makino likes a lot. So rather than answering, she smiles and goes about cleaning the glasses, only half listening as Shanks demands to know where Riskua gained such knowledge and who he needs to go hunt down for telling her about the ways of the world that she is much too young to be knowing about. The red hair pirates cannot stay the night, not if they intend to make it to their next port of call on time. Makino curses the tides and the wind as she whirls around the bar, watching Shanks say his goodbyes to his daughter. Riskua stands tall, lips pursed and face quite serious as she promises to keep her papa's little anchor afloat, causing an eruption of laughter from the man in question. Makino watches them both, watches them interact and comes to the heartwarming conclusion that Shanks is a good father. It's not surprising, given how easily he handled Luffy, but it's just that much more evident right now. "Makino, I hate to ask anything of you, but, of course I'll keep an eye on her." She cuts the pirate captain off before he can even make the request, setting aside a plate of sandwiches for the girl as she plops herself down up to table. She'd have looked after Riskua regardless of who her father is, well aware how terrifying it is to be a child left all on her own. That Shanks is her father, well it just gives Makino a reason to get to know the girl a little better than she would otherwise. Go after him. Though it takes her a moment to register the words are spoken by Riskua, Makino still has trouble processing them, processing that they just came out of the little redhead's mouth. "You like him and he likes you. Just because Papa didn't woo and marry my mom, doesn't mean he can't be the prince in your fairy tale romance." Or, pirate, she swiftly amends, smiling sheepishly with her hair falling in her face, long red strands almost blending in with the blood that rushes to her cheeks. Makino smiles at the girl, even as the questioning thought of why the girl isn't pushing Shanks towards her mother comes to mind. Maybe the woman is dead, but either way it would be rather tactless of Makino to ask, so she'll refrain from doing so. Riskua motions to the door, as if making an obscure gesture of, he's getting away, and Makino doesn't need telling twice. She already regrets letting him leave the first time without offering him a proper goodbye. She won't allow that to happen again. Scampering out the door, the barmaid takes off down the street with barely the mind to call apologies to those she almost plows over in her mad dash. She gets to the docks just in time, just before Shanks is about to board his ship, the redhead turning to look at her with evident surprise in his eyes. "Makino, what's wrong? Is it Riskua?" The worry she sees on his face vanishes, along with everything else Makino can see. Because she's closed her eyes and took a good hold of his shirt, pulling the man down to her level so she can lay a smacked right on those lips. Risku is a smart child, Makino thinks, for she'd certainly have regretted letting Shanks get away from her a second time. The sun is setting on the horizon, silhouetting the red force as it disappears from sight. Makino has watched it leave, watched the ship take away the man she has come to love over the past year, and it is only as the sky burns red that she recalls the daughter of that man is no doubt waiting patiently for her in the bar. With butterflies still dancing in her stomach, innards still warm with the fact he kisses her back, Makino pushes open the door to see Risku has just completed her own pots, putting the last plate away to seat herself once again up to the counter. She looks smaller now, absent of her father's larger-than-life personality. Just like any other 9-year-old child. How are you supposed to act around the child of the man you're sort of dating? You looked after Luffy, right? Risku asks, head tilting to a side and thick tresses of crimson hair spilling over her face. Nope, Makino can't just sit back and allow that to keep happening. I'll tell you about him, Risku, but you have to do me a favor? Suspicion crosses her face, eyes narrowed and lips pursed, but she nods for Makino to continue on with her words. Let me find you something to keep the hair off of your face. Oh, she breathes, cheeks darkening with a hot flush. She blushes so easily, it's adorable. Okay then. She hops out of her chair, all coltish, fawn-like limbs as she makes her way over to stand beside Makino. It's strange, any other child would probably feel threatened at the presence of another in their parent's life, and yet, she'd likened Shanks to a fairy tale prince. Or rather, Makino's fairy tale prince. Was she that easy to read around him? Yep, you are. And you said TD. Makino runs a hand down the side of her face as Risku just smiles at her, seemingly amused with the whole situation. And all the way here, when he wasn't talking about Luffy, he told me about you instead. Pop is a good judge of character. Shoulders shrugging, Risku follows after her cautiously, peering around Makino's room with polite interest. There's nothing scandalous in here, Makino recalls, nor is there much of anything that'll probably interest a child like Risku, for all that she seems quite mature. She'd seen the girl flicking through a book earlier on, scribbling things down into the little notepad, and all Makiko had been able to think about was that for all she is Shanks' daughter in appearance, Luffy seemed to be his child in character, through and through. Perhaps she gets her personality from her mother, along with those unique eyes. They spend a few minutes trying all of Makino's headbands and bandanas on, even attempting to pull Risku's hair back into some neat plaits. But none of them ever look just right. The barmaid finds herself frowning, contemplating the little girl who stares at her reflection, both of whom look completely unimpressed with the white bandana on her head. It just doesn't fit, no matter how well red and white usually go together. They've tried on everything Makino owns now, and absolutely nothing suits her. Running a stressed hand through her hair, Makino cocks her hips, hands resting at her waist as she thinks. They've tried everything Makino owns, but how about? Pulling open the bedroom cabinet, Makino slowly retrieves the brown deerstalker that rests within, holding the hat up to the light. It's still in good condition, the color perhaps a little duller than when it was first made, but it still looks well. It looks even better when she plants it down on Risku's head. Sunflower yellow eyes staring out from beneath one of the two brims. The girl blinking up at her through the mirror before actually taking in the sight she makes. The hat is actually perfect, suits her incredibly well, even if the thought of allowing her to have it pains Makino. It's my favorite color, whispers Risku, running her pointer finger and thumb along the brim, still taking in her reflection. That hat belonged to my best friend, look after it for me, Risku? The girl grins, and in that moment, Makino can see Shanks in her every action. Of course I will. Morning finds Risku having packed her bags of everything that is essential for a hike. She leaves the trunk full of clothes, knickknacks and other items she has brought from home with Makino. Makino, who is nice and warm and all that is lovely in the world. Sitting in a quiet corner of the bar, Risku watches all the residents of Fuchsia pop by to wish the woman good morning, always smiling and always genuine in their friendly greetings. She makes a game of it, stretching out her observational hockey, trying to predict who will be coming through the door next. There's different layers to observation, Risku has discovered. The first and foremost, the easiest to train, is threats to the user, immediate threats. It had taken Risku a while to come up with a viable training method that could be completed on her lonesome, coupled with some creative thinking. tying rocks to tree branches in a tangle and then setting it spinning. There was no way to predict that with your eyes closed, not without observational hockey. She'd come home for months with lumps and bumps and bruises, covered in them to the point the townspeople were worried she was off picking fights. Slowly but surely though, it had worked. She started to duck and move out of the way of the odd rock. Then a few, then a dozen or so. Perhaps it would have been easier if it were people attacking with clear intent, but she hadn't had the resources for that. Progress is slow, but it's still evident, at least she isn't stagnating. The kind of experimenting she's been doing with hockey wasn't exactly something she felt comfortable doing with her parents or with Mihawk. She didn't want their preconceived notions of what hockey is to ruin her free experimentation. The sensation of another approaching the door reaches Risku a second before someone else crosses the threshold and she smiles around the rim of her cup. Observation has always come easier to her. Armament is still a concept she struggles with. Applying it to her strength, being able to crush rocks in the palm of her hand was something she managed aged 3, but ever since then all she's been able to progress to is a palm-sized armament against injury. Even then, only the epicenter of her focus turns black, proving itself to be true armament hockey. Gazing down at her hand, Risku flexes her fingers, watching as a small black spot slowly forms within her palm. The black spot, she thinks, amused. It doesn't exist in this world. But Risku clearly remembers the old tales from her own world, of sailors marked for death via the Kraken, meant to be stolen down to Davy Jones' locker. "What time will you be setting off?" Risku, snorting in surprise at the address. The redhead tilts her head up to meet Makino's eyes. The woman doesn't flinch. That alone is reason enough to approve of her, that she fearlessly meets Risku's unnerving gaze, that tender smile still in place. The dark-haired woman slides into the seat across the table, placing her own breakfast down alongside a plate of bacon and beans. Empty cup now on the table. Risku happily accepts the cutlery the bartender offers, twirling the fork between her fingers before she starts cutting up her bacon. After breakfast. "Are you sure it's okay to leave some of my stuff with you?" Taking a gentle hold of her new hat's brim, Risku pulls it down to shadow over her eyes. Perhaps it's a bit insecure of her, but she rather likes that it's too large right now, that it can hide her chilling eyes so effectively. Perhaps one day she won't feel disheartened when people recoil at the first meeting of her gaze, but right now, even after 9 years she's still anxious of what others make of her. It's stupid to worry about appearance, it shouldn't matter because the appearance does not make the person. And yet, it does determine if you give that person a chance. It's stupid but that's how the world works. Makino makes such a good barmaid because her appearance is as welcoming as her demeanor. Risku is not. Disregarding her too mature attitude, it's no wonder the other kids on Melring never approached her for friendship. "Of course I'll look after your stuff. You just look after yourself out there." "I will, I promise," Risku whispers with a solemn nod, startling when Makino lifts her hat up so that she can meet her eyes. "And don't hide yourself, okay?" Stunned, Risku can only nod dumbly, cheeks burning and no doubt a furious red now. "Your eyes are yours, Risku, and you can't trade them in for others, so you might as well like what you've got. And, well, yeah. Those are nice words, and it does boost Risku's confidence, even if only ever so slightly. It's not enough to overcome the issues with her self-confidence, but it's a start at least. "Thanks, Makino. This island is ridiculous," growls Risku. One foot planted securely upon the head of a bigger than average bear. It doesn't even look fully grown, can't be because an adult bear would probably have put up a much better fight. Its paws and head look too large to be a mature bear, but the very idea that they can grow bigger than this is off-putting. What is she doing here again? Oh yeah, trying to find the hideout of bandits. Goddamn bandits. Tugging the weight of her brown hat further down her face, damn Makino's kind-hearted and well-meaning words this morning. Risku kicks at the bear's corpse with a disgruntled frown. It had been difficult to take the beast down on her own. Without those 5.5 years of training with Mihawk and her mother, without all that experimenting with hockey, she'd probably be dead right now. That's downrig won't be done in by wildlife, not when she's spent so much of this life training to survive. She's going to actually accomplish something with her life this time, instead of just completing a series of side quests like she had in the previous one. Only to be felled before she could even truly get on with it. The fauna of Mount Kalubo rumbles around her and Riskua hisses out a furious breath. She would like to know what, in the name of all that is good in this world, Garp was thinking when he dumped Ace and Luffy into this place. Sure, it'd make them strong, but only if they even managed to make it out of here alive. Flipping open the compass that hangs from a leather thong around her neck, Riskua judges the little red needle, ensuring she's still heading in the right direction. She's had to readjust herself thrice while marching through this jungle, and every so often she'll climb a tree and attempt to reach out with observational haki, just to see if she's getting close. So far though, she hasn't been able to sense anything, rather, unable to sense anything human. Animals, nothing but animals. Though granted, this is the first one she's had to take down in self-defense, so far. Flicking the blood from her dagger, Riskua ensures the blade is sheathed before it joins its brother upon her hip. Although those daggers will become her short-bladed daggers when she's fully grown, pitted with her 9-year-old body, they work as long-bladed daggers right now. Strapped to each forearm, she has 2 knives that would look miniature in the hands of an adult, but work just life as a short little blade in her own fingers. The idea of having to replace the weapons that were given to her by Mihawk, a gift upon which she had promised to always be able to defend herself with, hurts. But she doesn't have to worry about that right now, so Riskua pushes that to the back of her mind. Looking back at the bare corpse one more time, she begrudgingly accepts that she cannot afford to drag it along after her, and while it bites having to leave the large mass of meat behind, she just doesn't have the strength to lug that around, keep up the pace she desires. So with a heavy heart, Riskua walks away from her kill, adjusting the straps of her pack as she goes. Surely this mountain cannot have too much more to throw at her? Having just booted a snake brightly colored and probably poisonous down into the ravine below, Riskua drops down to sit on the edge, eyeing the rope bridge that the memories from the past life would shudders at. It's her first time seeing a genuine rope bridge instead of the concrete and stone ones from those memories. It looks quaint. She has absolutely no desire to try crossing it though. Flicking open one of her pack's compartments, Riskua pulls out the water bottle, frowning as the last few dregs barely manage a sloshing sound. She really doesn't want to have to move on to the second one, seeing as she's only got 3 on her, but climbing a mountain is thirsty work apparently. Head tilting back, she downs the whole lot, gently placing Makino's gift upon her legs so that she can wipe the sweat from her brow. Part of her wonders if this is all worth it, for a mere second, and then her father's face flashes before her eyes. So proud and so pleased that she's willing to go look after the other kid in his life. Yeah, she's not stopping until she actually finds Luffy. God damn her emotional attachment to that man, and god damn her soft spot for kids. Tucking the empty bottle back into its slot, Riskua makes a mental reminder to fill it up at the first river she finds. She's got the water filtration pills to make the fluid safe to drink. Scratching at the back of her neck, she peers down into the ravine below. It's a pretty big drop actually. No wonder there's a rope bridge across. But, well, Riskua is not exactly a big fan of bridges. And well, climbing down the ravine will make for good training, will it not? Uncle Mihawk will be proud. That's what Riskua tells herself, and she slowly descends down the side of the cliff, footing steady and making the occasional handhold with armament haki-infused strength. As she's making her way down, the redhead stops, noticing the pack of wolves that are gathered at the bottom. They're far too focused on something else though, something that is attempting to scramble up the adjacent cliff and failing miserably. The slightest hint of observational haki at the same time the figure stops scrambling and Riskua swears. That's not a brightly colored animal at all. Oh god damn it. One of the wolves drops. A muffled thump, legs collapsing out from beneath itself, and it's on the floor. That's one less for him to worry about, and 6 others with snappy teeth and sharp claws and hungry eyes still there to pick on him. Luffy clings tighter to the wall. This isn't right, he isn't the meat here, they should be the meat. His arms hurt and he's really hungry. He's been in this valley for 4 days and he's eaten nothing but the funny mushrooms hidden behind some rocks. The mushrooms that turned his head funny and made the steep rocks up to the jungle shake and quiver, even though nothing seems to have fallen down after all. If he hadn't found that little stream of water, he'd probably be really thirsty right now. What he is deprived of meat. He hasn't eaten any since Grandpa dragged him all the way up to stay with the bandits by the stretchy flesh of his mouth. Even though he's made of rubber now, that still hurt. Luffy doesn't understand it. When he trips and hits something it doesn't hurt anymore, not unless what he lands on is sharp and pointy, and Makino didn't like him carrying the knives and forks anyway, even before he ate the Gomu Gomu fruit. But Grandpa hadn't had anything sharp, it had just been his hands. Unless his hands had lots and lots of very tiny pointy things hidden on the skin. It'd explain why his punches hurt so much. Oh look, another wolf has dropped. Luffy blinks, staring at the wild animal that's bleeding and not moving anymore. That's dead, definitely dead. Does that mean he can eat it now? Eyeing the remaining 5 wolves, Luffy whimpers. He can't go eat the dead wolf because then all its wolf buddies would eat him. Probably before he could get a bite of his own meat. This sucks, he wants out of this place. Something blurs, dropping onto one of the wolves and it goes down with a howl of pain, thick splash of blood decorating the ground. There's a tiny adult on that wolf. Oh no wait, it's a kid, like him. Luffy watches as the boy with the long red hair red like cooked meat in tomato sauce dances back from one beast. A blade in his hand before he cuts open the jugular of another wolf. One more animal comes at the boy's back, but before the enemy can clamp his hungry jaws around the boy, the redhead spins and plants his knife in its belly. There's only one wolf left now, and it flees before the boy who's killed all the other wolves can make it dead too. No wait, that doesn't sound right. Before the boy can kill it too? That's better. Ah, the wolf's gone. He can eat the meat. Leaping down from the cliff, Luffy crumbles like a cheap scone as his legs give out beneath him, stomach screaming out for the tasty meat. That's my meat. Luffy bellows when the boy kicks at one of the wolves. There's a moment of quiet as Luffy clamps a hand over his mouth. It's his meat because he's so hungry, but this boy killed almost all the wolves but one, and if he kills Luffy for shouting at him then Luffy won't get to eat the meat because he'll be dead. Are you okay? The boy asks in a voice that he recognizes, leaving Luffy with a sensation far too similar to a scratch that he just can't itch. I'm fine, he insists quickly, wiping the tears and snot from his face to beam up at the boy. I'm fine cuz my punches are as strong as pistols. The red-haired boy just nods slowly, retreating back and away from Luffy's meat. Oh no wait, he's going towards a backpack. Is he traveling? Where's he going? Maybe if he's going to Fuchsia then he can say hi to Makino for him. Zaw, you've got some bad wounds there, kid. That funny word at the start, Luffy's heard that before, he knows his voice, it's Shanks' shell. Pointing one finger in the shell boy's face, Luffy smiles triumphantly. The boy's the shell. That's so cool, how did Shanks turn his shell into a boy? Luffy wants to do that too. He can find a good shell to turn into a person, and even if his shell person doesn't talk, at least he won't be alone. Ah, wait. If the shell boy is here, then who's with Shanks? Why isn't the shell boy with Shanks? 2 hands take a careful hold of his own, the boy who used to be a shell inspecting the grazes that Luffy really wishes he had a plaster for. A lot of plasters. You're hurt, let me clean and bandage these. We can cook one of the wolves after that. That sounds like a really good plan. Luffy likes that plan, though he'd like it a lot more if Shellboy would cook the meat first. Luffy doesn't know how to start a fire, otherwise he'd attempt it on his own. He's so hungry. Here, the boy says, funny yellow eyes rolling as he puts a brown hat on with one hand, the other digging through his backpack to present Luffy with a wrapped up something. By the time the boy lifts a roll of bandages and wipes from his pack, Luffy has unwrapped the food sandwiches and scarfed every last one down. It's enough to tide him over until the wolf's cooked. Why is Shanks' shell here? I'm not a shell, I'm a girl, the shell person states, running the wet wipes over his arms, and that stings a lot. The bandages that come after feel really nice though. Now he can't get any sand in his boo-boos and it won't hurt anymore. And my name is Riskua. So she's a shell-turned girl, not a shell-turned boy. Luffy nods. It makes complete sense, and it's been a while since he met a girl. Shell girl isn't grown up like Makino or a baby like Mrs. Gracie's little girl. So this is what a girl Luffy's age must look like. Or is it just what a girl made from a shell looks like? He'll has to ask Shanks next time he sees the pirate captain. I take it since you know Shanks, that you're Luffy, right? Though it takes him a moment to figure out what the girl is saying, Luffy nods proudly once he understands. Yep. I'm Monkey D. Luffy, Dracule Riskua. My paw I mean. Shanks asked me to come look after you. Nice to meet you, kid. Look after. Luffy splutters, eyes wide and lip wobbling. Nope, no way. He doesn't need looking after. He's 7 now, and was gonna be Pirate King. Grandpa has already tried dumping him on the bandits. And though Shanks is way cooler than Grandpa will ever be, he doesn't need the other captain helping him out like this. I don't need you to look after me, Luffy insists, sticking out his tongue. He quickly pulls it back in though when he almost slurps drool all over the place. Shellgirl has finished cutting up the wolf and is putting it on sticks over a fire. Food, at last. Oh yeah? How would you have managed with the wolves if I hadn't shown up? You've eaten a devil fruit too. You need someone to pull you out the water, Anchor. She's definitely from Shanks, Luffy mulishly acknowledges. I'll have crew for that, Nakama, then can I join? Luffy's face plants into the ground in shock. Did Shellgirl just ask did she just? You wanna be on my crew? Luffy whispers in surprise, watching as the redhead pulls down the brim of her hat, hiding her weird eyes, though he can see her smile a little. When you set out to sea, she says carefully, fiddling with the remaining bandages that aren't already on his arms, then I'll join, if you'll have me. Yes. Nakama. He has a Nakama. Does this make him an actual captain now, or does he have to wait until he has a ship? Does he get a share of her meat too? I'm gonna be the Pirate King, Luffy declares, watching as the girl sets her hat down on her pack and offers him the biggest chunk of meat. Ah, he gets the best meat portion. I want to be the world's expert on hockey, Shellgirl proclaims, biting down on the hunk of meat he holds even as Luffy reaches for another. And then I want to have a family after that. A family? She doesn't have to wait for a family. Luffy's gonna gather a good Nakama, like Shanks got. She can get both her dreams at the same time. He's such a good captain. It's silent for a moment, Shellgirl happy to let him eat all the meat, though she does slap his hand away when he tries for what little remains of her portion. Luffy watches mournfully as she finishes off the last of it. Only when Shetley asks, so I can stay with you? Yep. And that is that. Riskua gets the feeling Luffy has already forgotten her name, and come to several ill conclusions about her. Given that he's asked what the bottom of the sea is like, she'd given him a description from the books she'd read, and if she still likes shells as she is now, she's not even going to bother trying to unravel that one. Perhaps she's right to be worried. Regardless though, she's managed to find the little trouble magnet, and that's what matters. Why he's in the valley is another thing entirely. With the second wolf diced, sliced and cooked up to take with them, Riskua throws her pack back over her shoulder and cringing as her ankle protests at the weight she puts on it. Jumping down from the cliffside to rescue Luffy was probably unnecessary, but in that moment all she'd seen was a little kid getting set upon by wild animals. A little kid already covered in his share of bumps and bruises, and she highly doubts he's learned from them as she always has. Sucking in a long, low breath, Riskua tests her footing again, feeling her ankle pulse against the tight swath of bandages she compressed it with. Do you know where to go, Luffy? She asks, flexing the toes on her good foot. There's nothing for it. They can't stay here. Luffy can't carry her in his condition. She'll just have to continue on with the injury as it is. When they get to the bandits' hut, then she can rest and recover. Right now though, survival is all that matters. That way, Luffy declares, pointing up and out of the ravine, towards the opposing side than what Riskua had traversed down. Neither of them are really in any condition to climb up the side of that crag, leaving them with no other choice but to continue walking along the bottom of the valley in hopes of a better exit. Right, ready then, Anchor? Yep. Luffy glances up at the cliff one more time before scampering over to her side, far more energetic than any boy who's just been hunted by wolves should be. They walk slowly, Luffy's legs too small to really cover as much distance as what Riskua can manage usually, were it not for the sprained ankle inhibiting her stride. They're only walking for a minute when Riskua feels a small hand curl up in hers, tiny fingers gripping at the joint of flesh between her thumb and forefinger. Riskua slides her eyes over to look at Luffy in surprise, but the boy is just grinning, head tilting back so that the brim of his hat can't quite block the overhead sun as it lights up his face. Eyes squinted shut, he looks like any other carefree child, if one ignores the bruising around one eye. His hand is sweaty in hers, warm and with an odd texture about it, probably a result of his rubberness, that he's reached for her hand at all though. It's cute. Really cute. Riskua doesn't even attempt to stamp down the affection that wells behind her breastbone. It's not going to work. Even before this life she had liked kids, had always wanted at least one of her own, possibly two, preferably three. She'd just never gotten the chance in that life, hadn't even managed to find a partner before she'd ended up dead. In this life, this second chance she seems to have acquired, she'll complete the dreams of both lives. She'll become an expert on hockey, maybe even the world's best expert, and she'll have a family for the first life she never got to have. While before she had almost reached a moment of stability within which she could actually look at having children, in this world she's probably gonna have to fight tooth and nail for that kind of security that was so taken advantage of in her past life. Especially now that she's joined Luffy's crew. But, looking at his kid, she can't bring herself to regret it. Maybe it's a bad method of coping, but Rescue is going to look after the little monkey. She's aware if she looks too long at her reasons for such a thing, she'll come to the conclusion she wants to do this because she can't look after her mother. That maybe she's filling a void that the woman's death will cause by latching onto the first person who needs her. And from the looks of things, Luffy actually does need all the help he can get. No surprises there. Giving the hand in hers a gentle squeeze, Rescue smiles when Luffy's attention snaps over to her. "We'll find a way out of here, Luffy. I'll climb the valley if I have to and then pull you up with a rope." Though her ankle throbs in protest at that plan, Luffy grins with eyes sparkling, almost bouncing up and down on the spot. "Can we eat the meat now? They've been walking for all of 2 minutes. It's adorable." But Rescue wonders just how long her current perception of it will last before Luffy's seemingly bottomless stomach begins grating on her nerves instead. "Not yet, Anchor." "Why not? I'm hungry." Still though, Rescue has traveled with her father across the sea for weeks. Exasperation is a mental state she's quite familiar with. Consider it training for when you set sail. If you eat all your provisions on the first day, you'll starve getting to the next island. You can only carry so much food around, Luffy. The boy frowns, no doubt his desire for food warring with his determination to prove himself a competent captain. Nope, still more endearing than annoying so far. Still, that he concentrates so hard when thinking has Rescue a bit worried. Adjusting the brim of her hat with her free hand, she inspects the boy beside her, forcibly pushing down the acknowledgement of pain her ankle keeps warning her about. She knows that Luffy isn't exactly the brainiest character in the series, but is that down to unchangeable factors, or to do with the fact he had to use bronze and not brains to survive his childhood? "Can you read and write, Luffy? Hey, it's a fair question to ask here." "Yep. Makino would help me read the bounty posters she keeps behind the counter, easily distracted as ever." Luffy bounces on the heels of his feet with obvious excitement glowing in his eyes, swinging their joined hands back and forth as he does so. "Okay, well, how do you spell your name? Luffy?" He gives her a look that implies she's quite dumb for not knowing. And yes, his finger is stuck right up his nose. Thankfully that's not on the hand she's holding. Rescue makes a mental note to ensure he always washes his hands as often as she can get him to do so. "Well, my name is spelt Riskua, Rescue." If that was her subtle way of remind him of her name, then Luffy's not the sharpest sword in the barrel. He probably needs the help. Dark eyes stare at her for a moment before they crinkle under the force of his grin. "Shanks gave you a cool name, and yeah, she doesn't have the energy to explain it was her mother who gave her that name, not Shanks." At least he seems to have clicked on that Shanks is her parent. She hadn't made it completely clear, not wanting to use her connection to the pirate captain to force her way into Luffy's life, but saving him from being Wolf Chow is apparently good enough a reason to hold her hand. Which is still damn cute. Turns out the snake she booted in the ravine survived. Both Rescue and Luffy stand side by side, hand in hand, watching the brightly colored reptile continue its steady progress of swallowing its prey whole. The lone wolf that had managed to escape her attack had not escaped the serpent that now has its jaws half wrapped around it. "I stretch, can I do that too?" Luffy whispers beside her, stars in his eyes and looking far too excited at the very prospect of being able to swallow a mass of food that exceeds his body weight. Still, she doesn't have the heart to shoot the kid down, not when he's been stuck in this valley for who knows how many days. "Let's see if you can defeat some animals with your powers before we worry about you using them to eat things," she says instead, wide eyes still on the snake that watches the two of them. Yep, as far as she's concerned it's time for them to leave the bottom of this valley. "Come on Luffy, the sooner we get out of here, the sooner we see..." pumping one fist into the air. Luffy jumps up and down several times, dragging Riskua's arm along for the ride until it's flailing up and down with the motion. She keeps the muscles relaxed, allowing the limb to flop about, and instead focuses on giving her poor ankle a bit of relief by balancing on her good leg instead. Those 6 seconds are wonderful, if short-lived. Look, we can climb up here. Luffy points to the rock face, and yeah, it does seem like they'll be able to climb up there without any really difficulties. It appears as if it will be more like climbing a steep hill than scaling a cliff, and that's exactly the kind of thing her ankle can survive. Alright, let's do this, Riskua murmurs, releasing Luffy's hand and allowing the kid to get a head start on her in his excitement. He goes scampering up, far quicker than what he managed against the wolves. Then again, he has eaten and gotten his wounds treated. Watching the bundle of energy leap up the last few feet to the top, Riskua inhales as deeply as she can manage and sets off after the boy. It's starting to get really dark now, the sun having long since disappeared overhead and leaving it to now dip beneath the tree line. Hurry up, Riskua. Well, at least he knows her name now. Quite unable to prevent the chuckle that leaks out from between her lips, Riskua pushes onwards, teeth sinking into her lip when she misjudged her footing and her ankle suffers for it once again. But Luffy's there and he's a kid. A kid that's watched her cut up the meat, a kid that's oohed and ahhed over her ability with the blade. A kid that has excitedly chatted her ear off about Shanks for the entire time they've been walking, as if she doesn't already know all that he's telling her about. So with a grunt, Riskua clears the last stretch of rock, cheeks flushing red with the effort. Stood up there, facing the next swath of jungle, she feels so incredibly tired. Only, there's no Rowell, no Mihawk or Shanks to come along and pick her up now that she's had enough. There's no one there to catch her if she falls, to watch over her and make sure she's safe. She's got her own little brat to look after now, and damn does Luffy need looking after. He's not even been on the even-ish ground for more than a minute and he seems to have already tripped. Is that something to do with readjusting to his strange, new rubbery body? Or is he just that unfortunately clumsy? Which brings her onto the burning question that has bothered her ever since she finished sinking her dagger into the first wolf's skull. Luffy, why were you in the ravine anyway? What's a ravine? It's another word for valley, Riskua patiently explains, watching Luffy nod in understanding before he sheepishly looks away. The reason is clearly something he doesn't wish to tell her, and while Riskua won't push yet, it does set alarm bells ringing in her head. Sets them ringing loudly. She's missing something here. I fell, he finally stammers out, leaving Riskua rolling her eyes at the absolute failure of a lie. You suck at lying, Luffy. If you can't lie, just say you don't want to tell. She. Okay. Luffy tears into the tasty joint of meat, absolutely starving. Across from him, Riskua is sat, ruby hair looking even redder in the light of the fire, eyes burning orange as the flames dance in them. She's really cool. His first Nakama knows how to hunt, how to fight with those knives. They're nothing like Makino's kitchen knives. They're shaped differently and are clearly fighting knives, and she's super kind too. She's helped him out of the valley that Ace pushed him into, and she's saved from the wolves, and she's got him meat. Luffy likes her, he hopes she's staying for a while. Wait, how long is she staying? Did Riskua say? Casting his mind back as he chomps down on the meat, Luffy realizes that no, she did not. How long is Riskua staying? The redhead pauses, looking up from her own share of the meat. Luffy has the captain's share, the biggest potion staked out on several sharpened sticks. Or rather he did. He's eaten all of it now. And since Riskua's stopped eating. One stretchy arm snaps out towards her leg of wolf, but at the last second she changes her hands, meat from right to left, and she gives his approaching appendage a high five instead. He didn't get the meat. Luffy pouts. Until you set out to sea, I guess, his friend murmurs, taking another bite out of her meat before she throws him what remains. Luffy devours it in an instant. I haven't exactly got anywhere else to go, or much of anything to do other than train. Train? Train for what? To get stronger? That makes sense to Luffy. He wants a strong crew. Riskua is part of his crew, so she'll train to get stronger. Train with my daggers and my hockey, there's that word again. Luffy always listens when someone tells him about their dream, just like how he'd want everyone to listen to his dream. Luffy's not completely stupid, but he doesn't know what this hockey thing is. What's hockey? Riskua stares at him, But it's not one of those, "How are you so stupid?" stares the villagers used to give him. It's more like his words make her smile. Because he's asking questions about her dream and showing some interest. Luffy likes talking about his dream, so why wouldn't Riskua want to talk about hers? Haki is like willpower, Riskua explains, lifting her hands as if she can draw the meaning out of thin air. Luffy leans forwards excitedly, hands clenching around his empty meat skewers. Or that's what those who've used it before have come up with. I have my own hypothesis in development. From what I understand, it's some kind of energy that everyone has potential to use, but few actually manage to unlock. So far, people have discovered that it can act as a sixth sense to locate and see things with, that it can armor the body against attacks, and that it can knock weaker-willed people unconscious, though that last one is really rare. That sounds like devil fruit powers, but Riskua says everyone can have it. Can everyone really do something like that? Cocking his head to a side, Luffy considers her words, before it all clicks together in his mind. So it's like a mystery power. Riskua blinks, rubbing her fingers across her lips before she puts her hat back on and pulls down the brim once again. It doesn't work to hide her face, the firelight is far too bright for that. Over her shoulder, the moon is steadily rising into the sky, looking pretty and whole among the mass of stars. Like a big block of cheese. It's not meat, but it sure does taste good with Luffy's favorite food. I suppose so, given that nobody has ever really come to a certified conclusion on just what it is. I doubt I'll be the one to actually do so, but maybe I'll pave the way. Maybe I'll be the Thales of this world, except that I plan to leave behind a body of work. Maybe I'll be the one to kickstart an actual thinking process when it comes to hockey, because nobody seems to know what they're playing around with, only how to work it the way everyone else has before them. They're not experimenting, but I want to. So you want to be the first at something? Luffy questions. He didn't understand half of what Riskua had just said. It seems like she's really smart. He appears to have understood enough though, because his friend grins, nodding her head and looking away with her cheeks flaming a brilliant red. Luffy freezes for a second. That doesn't look healthy at all, but the color fades from Riskua's cheeks as quickly as it came. Yeah, you could sum it up that way I guess. Okay then. You can be the crew's haiku expert. Haki, Luffy, it's haki. A haiku is a poem, basically lots of words. Haki is the, she pauses, and her next words come out somewhat strangled, mystery power. Is Riskua okay? Is she still hungry? Luffy sort of is. Maybe they should have brought more wolf meat. Riskua had killed enough of them. Luffy could have probably carried it if she couldn't. Oh, maybe the scary bandit woman that wanted him to be a bandit would have soul. Come on, we're almost to the bandit's home. Luffy cries, leaping to his feet and snatching up Riskua's hand as he does so. She hisses beneath her breath and Luffy snaps around to look at her. But she's smiling even as she digs her feet into the ground. Hang on, Luffy, I can't leave without my pack. Impatient, Luffy relaxes his arm, keeping a hold of Riskua's wrist as she returns to the fire, unwilling to release his hold. His arm stretches out, taut and ready to reel her back in the second she has a hold of her bag. Only when he tries to do so, he ends up catapulting himself towards the girl instead. Riskua reacts instantly, dropping her bag and instead snatching him from the air in a hug. Arms wrapping around his waist to catch him, even as she falls to the floor. They lay there in a heap, Luffy feeling that nasty emotion Makino had proclaimed embarrassment at his failure. It's okay, we'll practice with that. Yeah, improving that would probably be a good idea. But maybe he can figure out how to fling himself in different directions if he learns to control that motion. Can you get off me now please? Sorry? It takes them another 5 minutes to get to the bandit hut. Riskua is so slow now. Is she tired? Luffy knows he is. He's ready to fall into bed already. Maybe Ace'll be back by now. Luffy doesn't know how long the older boy has been out in the jungle. If he's been back since Luffy ended up on the valley floor. He's probably back, right? If he is, then he and Luffy and Riskua can all be friends. Ace seems lonely, so maybe he'll like having two friends. Luffy knows he likes the idea. Having two friends rather than one has to be like having two pieces of meat instead of one. More is better, Luffy concludes with a bright grin. Come on, Riskua. The redhead huffs behind him and one hand clamps down on his shoulder, forcing Luffy to halt in his dash for the door. Luffy, Are you sure you want me to come live with you? Because I won't go away if you say yes right now. That's stupid. Of course I want Riskua to stay. You're Nakama. You're not allowed to leave me. The one word explains everything to Luffy, and if the way Riskua's shoulders sag, it means the exact same for her too. I'm glad, she whispers, adjusting the straps of her backpack, that little smile on her lips again. She looks pleased, not the loud kind of pleased like he and Shanks are, but the quiet kind. If being happy can also mean being quiet at the same time. Riskua is strange, a mystery person who was once a shell that Shanks wore as a necklace, and she dreams of a mystery power and she does mystery things. But she's Nakama now, and that means she's Luffy's. Because he's a captain, and because he's a good captain, then Luffy will look after her. And Riskua will fish him out if he falls in the ocean because he is an anchor, just like Shanks said. He's also a captain, Riskua's captain, and he'll help her reach her dream in return. He'll find her a good family, the best. He has faith, he's determined, he'll do it. Reaching out and grabbing a hold of Riskua's hand, reminding himself that she's real and that she's here and that she's his. Luffy kicks open the bandit's door and marches inside. Luffy came back, eh? He's still alive. Hey, Dayton, there's another one? Dayton spits out her alcohol in shock, head snapping up to take the sight in that stands before her. The boys aren't lying, there really are two kids. One's Garp's grandson alright. The one the bastard dumped on them a few days ago and then left without a care in the world, as if he weren't giving her another mouth to feed. She doesn't know who the hell this next brat is, but she draws the line right here. Nope, no way, she's not taking any more of the little blighters in. There's a mess of red hair, actual red hair that's nothing like her fantastic ginger mane, hidden beneath the brim of an old deerstalker hat. Older than Garp's grandson, this kid's wearing a dark brown shirt and tan shorts. Dayton's brain splutters to a halt when those eyes meet hers. Bright yellow, the yellow of poisonous flowers and those acid-spitting frogs, stare back. Seven hells, where's Garp's grandson found this little cretin? Who the hell are you? Dayton snaps, folding her arms across her chest and scowling down at the brat. Creepy eyes doesn't even flinch, doesn't balk or even take a worried step back. Just stares back with those dangerous eyes. Beside the latest little demon, Monkey D. Luffy puffs up like an angered tiger protecting its cubs, all flailing rubbery limbs and snapping white teeth. This is Riskua and she's my Nakama, so she stays with me. It explains how the brat has managed to get himself back, as well as bandages up from whatever harebrained adventures he's been off on. Bah, Dayton hates kids. This is the home of the Dayton Bandits, and we're not a charity case. You want her to stay with you, then you've gotta go. Dayton will not be taking in another brat. Girl or boy, this one's probably just as big a pain as the other two. Hell, she's a girl so she's probably loud and screams and will want everything done for her like some kind of fairy tale princess. Not a fucking chance, not while Dayton's in charge. Only, the girl takes a step forwards, removing her hat and holding it calmly before her legs with both hands, without the brim shadowing her face. Those eyes are even more noticeable and Dayton thinks they should probably be familiar. There's a little scratching of something at the back of her head, like she should know them, should recall something. Not only would you have to deal with the fallout if Luffy dies out there on his own, she murmurs, voice surprisingly low and clear, a stark contrast to Luffy's shrill screech earlier, but I have no doubts my uncle will want to meet up with me eventually. Why should Dayton care about whatever shit familiar this little cretin has? Before she can voice her opinions on such a thing, the girl meets her gaze with razor-sharp focus, thin red brows coming to rest heavy above toxic yellow. My uncle will eventually come looking for me, she says with the certainty of a man who knows the sun rises in the east. We have the same eyes, you know. They could even be described as hawk-like, well fuck. Dayton knows exactly who this little brat's uncle is. He's one of the many men on the posters she keeps in her office, men to not piss off under any circumstances. Looking at the set of those eyes, the color and the devil-damned ring around the iris, yeah, there's no mistaking it, fuck. If he doesn't find me alive, he'll probably tear up the whole island to find the culprit, double fuck. No, Dayton will not tangle with the world's greatest swordsman. She's got no other option but to let the girl stay if Garp's brat is so attached. Triple fuck. You're gonna do all the damn chores. Slowly, the brat with a dangerous living relative reaches out and pushes away the finger Dayton has just jabbed in her face, expression bland. No, I'm going to look after my captain, end of. She's my nakama, which means she's my crew because I'm a captain, Luffy announces, bouncing over to wrap those rubbery limbs of his once, twice, and then thrice around the girl. As if a switch has been flicked, so much faster than night turning into day but just as clear a change, the girl's face transforms in an instant. Suddenly she's all smiles and sunshine, accepting Luffy's atrocity of a hug by patting at the rubber appendages her own trapped limbs can reach. Yep, I'm your nakama, she confirms, attempting to wiggle out of Luffy's hold to no avail. Yep. Rescue is a shell person so she doesn't eat as much as me, the boy declares, drawing a startled glance from his so-called nakama. Wait, Luffy, shell person? I'm not a… She cuts off with a hiss as Luffy drops her back onto the floor, quickly recoiling off of one ankle. The boy doesn't even know she's injured, some captain he is. Dayton can't voice her thoughts though, because the moment she goes to do so, she's met with glaring yellow eyes, as if daring her to. Fuck it all. How has this become her life? She manages to trick Luffy into carrying her bag upstairs. It's maybe not a good start, but the boy just dropped her on her horrendously swollen ankle, so Rescue is almost past the point of caring about anything other than a comfortable bed. The steps are a challenge, an unfortunately bad one, especially now that the end is in sight. Rescue's arms tremble. Thankfully the quivering does not extend to her legs. Any more pressure on her injured joint and she swears it's going to snap, physically possible or not. The room in which she is to live now is nowhere near as nice as the bedroom she once inhabited on Melring, lacks all the comforts of home. There's no personal touch. Luffy hasn't been here long enough to make his mark, and it's painfully clear Ace does not consider this place home, that it is a room within which he does not but sleep, not a place to live and call his own. Rescue's heart squeezes painfully tight in her chest, before the more pressing injury that is her ankle flares up once again. And this is my bed, I don't know where they come from but you're nakama so you can share with me until we get another one and I bet it's warm with 2 people. Luffy's ramblings slowly meander into her ear and linger there, not quite fully registering in her brain but enough sinking in that Rescue feels no guilt dropping onto the padded mat that severs as Luffy's bed. That will serve as their bed for now, it appears. Thank God Luffy's a little squirt and she's quite live. She'll need to make finding her own bed a priority. Something to be dealt with as soon as she can walk and not feel as if there's a miniature explosion going off in her foot. Wow, is it supposed to do that? Luffy's face is suddenly right beside hers, peering at the ankle that looks as if she's hidden a whole tangerine beneath the skin. It's round, it's puffy and it's swollen as hell. Great. It's not, Rescue sighs, gently prodding at the bulge and wincing when the pressure of her finger registers. Yep, lots of swelling. And she highly doubts the bandits will be willing to hand over some ice for her. Compression and elevation it is. Lying back on the mat, Rescue pillows her head with her arms, one leg bent with foot flat against the floor, her injured ankle balanced upon the raised knee. This'll take an unfortunate time to heal, and now that she has no reason to press on and ignore the pain, it seems to be reasserting itself threefold to make up for lost time. Sorry, Luffy, but I don't think I'll be walking for a few days, not until that's healed anyway. The boy is quiet beside her, eyeing her ballooned ankle speculatively before he turns those large eyes on her. Is it a shell person thing? Are your legs still new? Is that why you can't walk very far? Damn it. Where has this come from? What's with the shell thing? He'd introduced her as a shell person to the bandits too. Where had that conclusion come from? More importantly, is there any way of talking him out of it? Or is this going to be something that sticks, worse than Band-Aid? Maybe sticks like Gorilla Glue. She should probably argue, Rescue realizes, but it's been a long dag through the jungle. She's fought off a pack of wolves, climbed out of a ravine and put up with Luffy for who knows how many hours. And while Luffy is a delight to be around, he's just so tiring right now, with far more energy than he has the right to have. Shouldn't he be passing out tired as hell right now? I stepped funny on my ankle and now it hurts, Rescue explains, removing her hat once again to place it upon her pack. Oh, would Didia do that for? Snorting, Rescue rolls her eyes, letting them slip close to just enjoy the sensation of not moving, of not having to go anywhere right now. Didn't mean to, it was an accident. Like when my punches miss, Luffy exclaims beside her. And it just goes to show she spent long enough with him already to be desensitized to those extraordinarily loud yells. Speaking of which. Zaw, Luffy, it's night time. Quiet voices please. For a moment, he is indeed quiet, to the point where Riskua grudgingly opens one eye to gaze over at the kid. He stood beside the bed, mat, tiny little hands balled into tight fists and with a face that clearly says he's thinking hard. It's too late for this. Sighing heavily, Riskua reaches down for the covers with one hand, resigning herself to some more pain as she slowly lowers her bad ankle back to the ground. Whatever it is, it can wait till morning, she insists, beckoning the boy over with the hand not clutching at the blankets. We've had a tiring day and now we sleep. Just like that, the look of concentration vanishes from Luffy's face and he drops onto their little makeshift bed, dark hair nesting on the limp pillow. There's space between them, but it's clear Luffy gives it reluctantly, lying on his side and just staring at her with those big dark eyes. She's never going to be able to sleep like that. Roll over, anchor. Why? Just do it, and he does. Were he any other child, then Riskua would assume he'd noticed she is very much at the end of her rope and just ready for the day to be over. However, this is Luffy, oblivious and ignorant to everything but the promise of meat and piracy. He's probably just complied because he's a foolish human who gets attached the second a stranger shows him the slightest hint of kindness. Hell, given how his relationship with Ace began, he'd attach himself like a limpet to the first thing that interests him. Riskua sure as hell wouldn't follow the kid who spit on her into a jungle with the intention of friendship. The goal of beating him to a bloody pulp? Sure, but not companionship. If that makes Luffy a better person than her, or if it makes him crazy, Riskua doesn't particularly care to figure out which the correct answer is right now. Instead, she scoots closer to the little idiot, forcing one arm under his skinny ribs and throwing the other over his side until she has the boy wrapped up in her arms. There's enough of a height difference that she can curl up around him, press her cheek to the back of his head and just breath. She's careful to keep her bad ankle out behind her though, avoiding Luffy's kicking range. Hey, he might be a restless sleeper, for all she knows. Huh? Just sleep, Luffy, Riskua orders, though it honestly comes out as more of a yawn. A motion she tries to muffle in thick black hair. The soft snickering lets her know she didn't entirely succeed. This is nice, like having a big sister, he whispers under his breath, thin little arms coming up to wrap around her own, rubbery fingers encircling her wrists and clinging tight. It is nice. Riskua finds herself in agreement with the kid as she enters a lazy kind of doze. Not quite asleep but halfway there. It's been years since she allowed her pride to fall enough to crawl into her mother's bed, to snuggle down into the crook of her papa's neck with full intention of sleeping the day away. This isn't the same though. Luffy's the younger one here, and from his words, she highly doubts he's ever really gotten the chance to experience this before. She doesn't know who raised Luffy, just that he frequented Makino's bar often enough he was all but considered a regular face. You'll be a troublesome little brother. Her mutter ends up half in the pillow, yet Riskua is pretty sure that she's hurt either way, but I'll look after you. Hands grip harder at her wrists and she's pretty sure Luffy's smiling far more than she is. She doesn't doubt the sincerity in both their expressions are on equal footing however. Riskua has missed having a little brother, and while Luffy shall not replace the one that came a lifetime before, the companionship is exactly what she needs right now. It is with that thought in mind that she slips into a light snooze, Luffy's snores leading her there. It's the door creaking open that rouses Riskua, her eyes sticky with sleep as it's still night time. Vision blurry, she squints in an attempt to focus on the disturbance to her sleep, quickly giving up the attempt when all she gets is murky dark matters. Instead, she reaches for the gift of observation, Haki stretching out into the room as her half-awake consciousness slowly interoperates the information it is receiving. Human, boy, young, ball of fury and self-hatred, Ace then. She's tired as hell, and her ankle feels both impossibly stiff and agonizing all at the same time, yet she spares the effort to force her eyes open and focus on her new, well, roommate, she supposes. It's impossible to make out much of anything in the dark, the moon hidden somewhere behind one of the room's walls instead of shining light in through the window. Ace's figure though is just a bit darker than the rest of the room, an indication that he's close by. There's a tisk sound, the kind of noise that occurs when silent irritation just isn't enough. Then he's pulling the empty sleeping mat, which had been right beside Luffy's, all the way to the other side of the room. Right up against the wall, as physically far away as he can get without actually leaving the room. It's obvious what happened. Luffy must have moved his own mat close to Ace's so they could sleep close to one another. Adorably cute, but clearly not appreciated. There's a muffled amount of shuffling as Ace settles down for the night, another huff. Squinting, Riskua can just about make out that the son of Gold D. Roger isn't facing them, a clear snub to their very presence. But with Luffy's warm weight in her arms, head tucked under her chin, Riskua really doesn't have the energy to care right now. Ace is a kid, and if what she remembers is right, the bandits haven't been anywhere near the kind of emotional support he needs. It's no wonder he's this angry ball of fluff. Nuzzling back into the soft wisps of Luffy's hair, Riskua promises herself she'll think more on it in the morning. A morning that comes far too fast. Waking up to birdsong and brilliant autumn sunlight is wonderful. The throbbing ankle she could have done without. A steady melody of snores has Riskua pulling her head back and away from Luffy, nose scrunching up at the noise. It's not just the anchor that's breathing so noisily. Ace seems as competitive as she imagined, even though he's fast asleep. His own snores come dangerously close to drowning Luffy's out, and she's lying right next to the rubber man. Pushing herself up into a sitting position, Riskua reaches for her pack, riffling through and pulling out the bundle of food that lies wrapped up within. Okay. She might have lied to Luffy about just how much food she put on the fire, otherwise known as she'd told him the whole lot went towards dinner last night, but she hadn't exactly been optimistic about a bandit-cooked breakfast. That was, if they were even going to bother feeding them in the morning. It was better be prepared than given a nasty surprise. Within the bundle are several slabs of dried meats, along with several birds' eggs she'd managed to scavenge on the way. And well, it's not quite bacon and eggs, but it's breakfast all the same. Riskua leaves her hat with her pack, rolling to the door and then shuffling through the corridor and her rump. It's degrading and the Dayton bandits will probably laugh if they spot her. But her ankle hurts far too much to care. Ignoring the injury yesterday has probably done far more damage than good. She's probably gonna be benched, so to speak, for a few days at least. Which means letting Luffy run wild and she won't be able to help him if he has any slip-ups. Maybe she can talk him into taking it easy until she's in a good enough condition to pull his ass out the line of fire. Nah, that's never gonna happen. The thought worries her, probably leftover sensibilities from her previous life, but she's just going to have to let the 7-year-old run through the jungle on his own for a few days. Yeah, that doesn't make her twitch at all. By the time Riskua makes it to the kitchen, two things have become abundantly clear. First, none of the bandits are particularly early risers. Second, they're not particularly clean either. The dirt all over her bottom from scooting across the floor is proof enough of that. Thankfully, this means she has the kitchen all to herself, and after giving both pans and surfaces a wipe down, wrestling with the hob to start a little fire, breakfast is well underway. If her estimate of Luffy is correct, then he will rouse the second he scents food, and by her calculations, that will perhaps be in 5 to 10 minutes. 10 optimistically, but she's planning for 5. Rooting around in the fridge brings her nothing but a bottle of questionable milk, the smell indicating it is well past the turn and probably better off being classed as cheese. Terrible cheese. She dumps it in the bin right away, a grimace on her face. Yeah, she's going to have to keep an eye on the contents of the fridge. Luffy eats anything and everything. She has no desire to see him get sick if it means she can avoid it. After all, she'll be the poor sap dealing with the fallout. Yeah, no thanks to that. The sizzle of eggs against the pan has Riskua sniffing the air, stomach giving a grumble of anticipation. Sunny side-up eggs, coupled with the substitute bacon. Perhaps not the most filling of breakfasts, but certainly nothing to sniff at given the quantity she's cooking. Perhaps her annoyance at the bandits hasn't faded completely, because as Riskua rocks back on her heels she weighs up the pros and cons of verbally awakening Luffy as opposed to waiting for the aroma of food to reach him. And quite frankly, there's one option that is far more appealing than the other. So, with an excessively large inhale, Riskua projects her voice throughout the entire building. Luffy, breakfast time. If that just so happens to rouse the undoubtedly hungover bandits, then it serves the drunken bums right. Luffy snaps awake at the words. By the time it registers, Riskua is no longer in his room, in his bed and curled protectively around him. He's already halfway down the corridor. He can hear Ace saying all those bad words Shanks knows and Makino told him to never ever repeat. But as much as he wants to be friends with the other boy, food is on offer, and all bets are off. Scurrying down the hallway, Luffy smashes into one of the bandits that has stumbled into his path, all flailing limbs and that funny bar smell that Shanks always had. Only Shanks smelled way better than this guy's. Shanks smelled of the sea and the wind and of warmth alongside the bar smell. These bandits just stink. The whole thing makes Luffy grimace. Now he can taste one thing alone in the air. He recognizes the scent of cooking meat as surely as he knows his own face, if not better. The door to the kitchen is open and the future Pirate King barges in, sharp eyes snapping around the whole room before they come to rest on Riskua. Riskua and the plates of food in her hands. Breakfast. Luffy cheers, leaping up into a seat at the wobbly table. You can't put a full glass on this table, it's too lopsided and usually ends up spilling it everywhere. Luffy's tried it, he knows. Food. He cheers once again, throwing his hands up in the air as Riskua hobbles to a stop just beside the table. What's the magic word, Luffy? The magic word? Oh no, Luffy doesn't know. The panic must show on his face because before he can start making a grab for the food, Riskua rolls her eyes and slouches into a chair of her own. The mismatched furniture means that she sits far lower than what he does, to the point where she's only just tall enough to reach the tabletop. Please, Luffy. Always remember your please and thank yous, otherwise you'll upset people. Okay, please? Anything to get her to stop. His meat is getting cold. The plate hits the table with a muffled bang and Luffy is upon it in an instant, devouring all of the food and hey look, she's made eggs too. Woofing it all back, Luffy lets out a content little burp, satisfied with that snack to start the day. A quick glance at his nakama shows she's only just finishing her first forkful. Why bother with those fork thingies? It's so much easier to just grab a handful of food than to mess about like that. Why is Riskua eating so slow? Is her foot still funny? Luffy eyes the ankle in question, comparing it to the other one his only crew member has, and yes, it's still very big and puffy. That doesn't look good. Luffy's the rubber man, not Riskua. Her body shouldn't change like that, should it? TCH. The noise has Luffy swiveling around just in time to spot Ace, who's halfway out the door with a plate of his own, eggs and meat present but not quite as piled up as Luffy's had been. There were leftovers. Why wasn't he given any? Ah, Ace is leaving. Hey, Ace, wait up. Jumping to his feet, Luffy recalls Riskua's words before she gave him his food. Please, let's be friends. Just as he gets to the door, Luffy pauses, twisting around to get a look at Riskua. She sat up to table and her ankle looks like one big owie. Just be back by night if you're going after him. And try to catch something to bring back, she says, in that same tone Shanks used to use whenever he spoke of Luffy's chances at swimming. Still, Riskua doesn't mind him going after Ace, doesn't mind that he wants to be friends with the other boy. Maybe she wants to be friends with him too, and that's why she left him the leftovers. Okay, I'll be back soon, Riskua, and then he's out the door. This time, Ace won't leave him behind. Filth stretches as far as the eyes can see, the scent penetrating even further into the landscape. Despite how close it may be to the cleanest land in all of Goa Kingdom, the outskirts is no exception to that. Decaying, putrescible materials are scattered across the place, making up the quintessence of the Grey Terminal. The humans that walk this place are no different. This place is populated by the S of the land, thugs and murderers and rapists. The only thing that stops crime from running wild is the very real presence of the Marines. Whispers of Garp the Fist's occasional surprise visits to the land. It is this very loose threat that keeps the tentative, straining peace in this begrimed wasteland. It is this foul location that borders with the outskirts. Sure that her face is twisted into a pinched expression, Riskua walks through the streets with her head tilted high, hockey straining beneath her calm facade. She does not like this place, it sets off every inch of paranoia within her. But infuriatingly enough the outskirts remains closer to her new home than Fuchsia Village, and as such, that is the very reason she finds herself here. It has been near a month since she found Luffy, scooped him up from the hungry jaws of a wolf pack and had come to live in the mountains with him. During that time, she has not spoken to Ace once. It is not for a lack of trying. Certainly she goes out of her way to cook enough breakfast to feed 3. The brat always snatches it up when he thinks she's not paying attention. Vaulting out the window without so much as a thank you. Luffy forever hot on his heels. She forces herself to sit back and wait. She'd tried once to get involved in the clear sinking ship that is Luffy and Ace's relationship. But the little anchor had put his foot down. Insisted he can make his own friends and he needs to prove it to Ace. To prove he's worthy of being the older boy's friend. To prove that it's awful being alone. And that Ace doesn't have to be. Not with Luffy around. Looking into those tearful determined eyes and coupled with those wobbly lips, Riskua hadn't been able to say no. Yes, she's a soft touch, and she knows it. At the very least, the mulish Luffy had been willing to compromise, promising to be back by the end of the day. Otherwise she would go looking for him. And then give Ace a piece of her mind. If he comes back with more than a few cuts or bumps though, they will be having words regardless of Luffy's insistence of keeping her out of it. The way the cards have fallen has worked out well enough for her regardless. Riskua has been able to train her hockey without interruption these past 4 weeks. Chained down with a severely sprained ankle that first week, she'd focused on observational, allowing her senses to stretch and take in the vast amount of life that is the jungle around which now surrounds her. Feeling every inch of the land, sensing the sheathing of tiger claws and the snap of alligator jaws. Her observational has been coming on in leaps and bounds since she started training here. Her armament is as slow progressing as always however, and it is only this past week that she's dared to flex her ankle in order to ensure her knife and combat skills in general have not become rusty. Hence why, now stripped off all its meat, she has a tiger pelt to sell. It should fetch a hefty enough price too, given how well she'd managed to skin the beast. It was the fur from her second go though. Both she and Luffy would be quite warm beneath her first abysmal attempted at skinning one of the beasts in the very least. Being this close to the trash heap though, it makes her itch. She doesn't need to focus especially well to take note of all the unsavory characters that wait just beyond those walls. They're like a layer of oil, sticky and uncomfortable. She wants to wash herself clean as soon as she possibly can. But she can't, because she's here and she has to sell a tiger skin in order to get some funds. It is for this reason Riskua has pulled on an intangible mask. She walks tall and proud, hair carefully braided into a complex style that implies she has more time than sense. Her hat safely stored within her pack back at Dayton's and body clothed in her best dress. Retrieved from Makino 6 days ago, Riskua's trunk now rests beneath the window in the bedroom back at Dayton's hut. Thankfully, none of them have dared to go through it yet. Though that could be because all she seems to have pulled out is clothing and a collection of seashells. Luffy had stared at the latter before cheerfully asking if they were her siblings. No matter what she has tried, the boy refuses to believe that Riskua could have ever been born as a normal human. He's pretty set on the fact she came into being aged 9 years old, all done from a single shell and a mystery power Shanks apparently bargained with, according to Luffy. She's given up hope of changing his mind and just accepted it. It's not as if such a bold misunderstanding could ever be accepted as truth by anyone else. The store Riskua stops by appears to be one that specializes in animal skins, as much as one within the outskirts is capable of. She had scouted out the place a day prior, and though the man in charge will probably attempt to rip her off at first, Riskua is reasonably certain she can talk him down. Hefting the rolled-up skin higher onto her shoulder, the redhead hides her grimace as the movement pulls at her injured skin. Perhaps she'd been a bit too overconfident attempting to use armament hockey to protect against the tiger's wicked claws. She'd been quick enough to prevent a truly deep injury, but the scratch on her back hurt all the same. Pushing open the door, Riskua walks inside. The air is heavily scented, the stench of filthy form outside almost disappearing beneath the berry flavor the candles give off. The little orange flames flicker in several locations around the room, but even that countermeasure isn't enough to starve off the awful odor. Just deflects from it, if one allows themselves to be distracted. "I've got a tiger pelt I'd like to sell," Riskua calls, stopping by the counter and dropping the weighty object upon the surface top. The man that appears from the back room is reasonably well dressed with a shrewd look in his eyes, one that makes Riskua sigh and mentally readjust the amount of cash she'd been expected. Not entirely unsurprising but disappointingly enough, Riskua walks away with less money than her estimation, but more than enough for what she has planned. She's buying flour when she takes note of a ruckus to her left, further down the street and a bit closer to the central district than she'd felt comfortable approaching on her first time, regardless of the fact she might have been able to sell the tiger skin for a higher rate. Handing over the cash for her produce, Riskua stuffs the flour into her bag, keeping a tight hold on her purse as she turns her attention towards the commotion. There's two adults, swearing and hissing as they run after a significantly smaller human. Male, just a bit taller than her, though the hat makes it seem like there's a bigger difference in height than what there actually is. The kid holds a bag of money in one hand, clearly stolen, and the other brandishes a metal pipe, jogging Riskua's memory. It's what has her stepping forwards, feet moving maybe not quite practiced but certainly with skill, to the point where she trips both hunters and ends up taking a tumble herself. It's easy to fall into a recovery roll, springing back up onto her feet and continuing on, not giving the downed men enough time to realize exactly what just happened. "You with that kid?" a woman, greasy brown hair framing an otherwise pretty enough face, asks. Blinking, Riskua turns wide eyes on her, shrugging her shoulders in the process. "What kid? I'm just here to get some flour. We're out at home." She still gets the stink eye in response, but that's all, leaving Riskua to walk away from what is undoubtedly the scene of the crime. She hopes Sabo enjoys hand, then prays he won't attempt to instill his sticky finger ways into Luffy when they inevitably meet. Until then though, Riskua has other things on her mind. His arm hurts, there's still a big bit of sharpened twig inside it, of that Luffy is sure. His feet hurt from running, the skin of his mouth aching from where those damn birds stretched it almost out of shape. He didn't even manage to catch one for dinner. He salivates a bit at the thought before forcibly sucking the drool back in. He'll need that for later tonight after all. The first few days had been hard, watching Ace tear into his catch of the day while he and Riskua had nothing but a bowl of rice to go at. He tried to get some animals to eat all on his own, but he didn't have any pointy knives like Riskua or her mystery power. All he has is his Rubberman powers and he's not had a long enough time to know how to use them well. Not yet anyway. He'll be able to use them to hunt with soon enough though, he just needs a little more practice, that's all. Thankfully, Riskua has gotten better, her ankle no longer big and puffy but instead as slim as the other one she has. Whenever Luffy came home after Riskua started walking like a normal person again, she'd have gone out hunting and brought back meat for him to eat too. It's great, but it's not perfect. 'Cause Ace is hurting, and if Riskua wasn't here, then Luffy knows he'd be hurting just as much as the older boy has to be. Picking at the open cut on his arm, Luffy whimpers slightly, sniffling and sucking back the snot and tears that want to escape. He's not that hurt, Shanks didn't even cry when he lost his whole arm. Luffy's not going to whimper over this little cut. No way, no how. "Anchor, why are you crying?" "Huh," his cheeks are wet. Luffy bursts into uncontrollable sobs, presenting his injured arm to Riskua, who unhesitatingly herds him inside. Dayton's kitchen is cleaner now that Riskua uses it. The bandit's hovering about uselessly like she's gonna set the house on fire or something. Riskua wouldn't let that happen, the meat would burn if it did, and then Luffy would go hungry. Riskua wouldn't do that to him. "Is there bark in this?" Riskua whispers under her breath and Luffy sobs again. With a sigh, his Nakama hustles over to her pack, the one she carries every time she leaves the house, and then she's using tiny little metal grippy things to take out the wood. It still hurts, hasn't helped the pain, but knowing the wood is out calms Luffy a bit. The smell of meat does a better job of that though, as does Riskua's warm hand rubbing circles on his back. She's smiling at him, yellow eyes warm like the sun. Red hair a reminder of Shanks and Luffy leans into the touch eagerly. "I've got tiger meat today," she says and Luffy brightens, him hurts forgotten in the face of good meat. She must have taken down another tiger. Part of the first one acts as their blanket now. It's really cool. Luffy likes threading his fingers through the thick fur, likes snuggling up in the covers with Riskua's reassuringly warm weight against his back. Fuchsia village was peaceful, and though it's not peaceful here and the stinking bandits home, he's happy. He has Riskua, and him and Ace'll be friends real soon, he just knows it. "All better now? Meat?" Luffy asks, watching Riskua's lips twist up at the corners. She set his hat back, so that it hangs at his shoulder blades instead of sitting on his head, and she plants one hand firmly atop his skull to ruffle his hair. The gesture's warm, and after fighting those damn birds today, Luffy happily leans into the comforting touch. He likes Riskua, she's warm and kind, and she's always happy to give him a hug when he wants one. Not even Makino had hugged him whenever he asked for it. Sometimes she was busy with the bar or customers. But even if Riskua is busy, she continued doing her thing with one hand and used the other arm to hold him when he clings to her side. He has no idea why Ace doesn't want to be friends with them. Luffy's gonna be Pirate King, and the older boy sure doesn't get enough hugs off of Dayton, if he gets any at all. Luffy can't imagine not getting hugs. They're so warm, and how else are you supposed to show someone you care about them? That settles it. As soon as Ace accepts him, Luffy'll hug the older boy all the time. It's all cooked. Riskua reaches into the oven, pulling out a tray of meat and gravy, though Luffy pulls a face when he notices the leafy greens also cooking in the sauce. Suck it up, Anchor, if you don't eat your greens you'll be a squirt all your life. Luffy's pretty sure Riskua is lying. There's no way eating nothing but meat would hurt his growth. If you don't get the right kind of foods at sea, then you'll get ill, Luffy. What kind of pirate king lets his crew get ill? Oh no, Riskua is making sense. Crossing him arms and glaring down at the plate that's set in front of him, Luffy inhales all the meat, poking obstinately at the green stuff with his fork. Riskua is looking at him though, a frown on her face that makes Luffy's insides squirm, almost like when he'd made Makino sad by accident. He hasn't made Riskua sad, has he? Panicking, Luffy stuffs the first green thing he can snatch up from his plate into his mouth, choking it down. It doesn't taste anywhere near as good as meat, but at least it's been cooked in meat juices. Riskua is not a cook, he'll have to recruit a cook as soon as they set sail, but she can make food that's edible and tasty. More than what Luffy can manage right now. Still. Do I have to eat them all? Luffy whines, prodding the fluffy green thing and watching as it flops into the gravy. I think I'll settle for the one you choked down. With a sigh, Riskua shakes her head, nibbling at her own leafy thing as if it doesn't taste nasty. She swaps a small chunk of her meat for the plants on his plate though, so Luffy brightens right away. Riskua is so nice. This has to be what having a big sister is like. Someone that'll give him a helping of her meat and make sure he sleeps well on a night and looks after his ouchies. It doesn't matter that Shanks made a shell person to look after him, cause Riskua is his big sister now and his nakama, and she's his now, his more than Shanks, and that's what matters. Which is why he waits until Riskua has finished her meal before bouncing up from the table. He wants Riskua to tell him stories. She's got a lot of them that she just makes up on the spot. It's really cool, and maybe she can be the crew's official storyteller when they sail. Only that isn't all that Riskua is, and it doesn't have anything to do with her awesome dream of understanding and using the mystery power. Maybe she can be the expert of mystery powers. But then she might have to actually study devil fruit powers too, and Luffy knows she doesn't want to do that. Oh, this is hard. How's he supposed to be a good captain when he doesn't even know what his nakama is? Luffy had no idea being a captain was so hard. But he's not going to give up. No way, no how. Hang on. A hand snatches at the back of his shirt before Luffy can take off towards the stairs. Riskua pulling him back in even as the momentum change to his body results in a rubbery snap as his head jolts back. Glancing over his shoulder, Luffy grins sheepishly. His nose is already moving though, taking note of the fact there's another scent hidden beneath the meat. Now that he's eating it all, the other smell is there and noticeable. Something really sweet. It's not meat at all, it's cookies. Luffy cries, perking up in excitement. It's been ages since he last got some sweets. Makino didn't let him have a lot of them because they'd rot his teeth, and Dayton's a mean bandit lady who doesn't have any sweets at all in the house. Luffy knows, he checked. His nakama is pulling a tray out of the oven, and yes, his nose was right. There's hot cookies on there. Luffy makes to snatch one up. But Riskua grabs his hand before he can successfully scoop one up. Gotta give them a minute to cool, Anchor. You don't want to burn your hand. FFY steps closer to her instead of pulling his hand back, peering at the treats. It's cookies with chocolate chips in them and a gooey something oozing out of the center. They look delicious. He can't wait anymore. Luffy feints left, attempting to snatch up a cookie from the right. Riskua manages to catch his other arm before he can close his fingers around his prize. Damn it, Luffy, she snaps, though there's a grin on her face. That's all Luffy gets to think before he on the floor. Riskua's arm wrapped around his neck and knuckles digging into top of his head. Oh no, he forgot Riskua can fight. Squirming, Luffy wraps his now free arms around Riskua, trying to push her away, but all that does is get him tangled up, the redhead sounding absolutely delighted as she surges to her feet. Help, okay, okay. She's still snickering under her breath as she unknots his limbs, giggling when everything snapped back into position. Her cheeks are red with the heat still pouring out of the oven, eyes bright and smile wide. Luffy can't help but grin back, leaning forward so that his face is closer to hers, as if he can soak in the warmth of Riskua's expression. Here, she says, swiftly plating up a good amount of the cookies. Luffy wants more. There's loads left even after Riskua picks some out for herself, but he knows if he has it all now, there won't be any left for tomorrow. Cookies aren't like meat, which is walking around right outside the hut. Cookies take time to make, and lots of powder stuff and chocolate bits, and Luffy doesn't know where any of that lives, doesn't know what animal all that stuff comes from. So as much as it hurts, he has to force himself not to ask for more, not if he wants any for tomorrow after all. Chomping into another of the treats, Luffy chews, the warm goo and the dough tasting wonderful. Cookies are great. The front door bangs open and a few seconds later, Ace storms into the kitchen, a crocodile thrown over his shoulder. Luffy straightens, licking his lips at the sight. He's never tried crocodile before. Maybe he can have some if he asks nicely? Evening, Ace. Luffy pauses, swinging his head around to look at Riskua. She's watching the older boy, Grandpa's other grandson, and her happy smile is gone. Instead, she's looking at Ace like those birds looked at Luffy this morning, as if trying to decide whether to attack or not. Luffy doesn't like that look. He doesn't like that Ace looks back at her with anger burning in his eyes. He doesn't like it at all. We've got some cookies, wanna come sit with us? Ah. Riskua is offering for Ace to come sit with them. Even though it'll mean less cookies later on, Luffy's happy with this. His gaze swings around to look at Ace and his smile freezes on his face. That isn't the expression of someone who wants to have cookies. Ace is sneering, arms folded across his chest, pipe in hand and alligator at his feet. Get lost, he snarls at Riskua before storming out the room, leaving a silence that makes Luffy squirm. No, that wasn't how it was supposed to go. Ace was supposed to join them, and then they could all be friends. Brat, Riskua grumbles under her breath and Luffy's heart seizes up. They don't like each other, no, they can't not like each other. He needs them to like each other because they're both going to be his friends. He has to fix this. Only his eyes are drooping, wanting to shut, and he's really tired. Come on, Luffy. You've had a big day, let's get you to bed. Luffy whines in the back of his throat, but Riskua is picking him up even if there's a bit of a struggle involved, and his big sister is so strong, so Luffy snuggles into the heat of her instead. He can fix Ace and Riskua tomorrow. They're not going anywhere. How Luffy sleeps through the bandits' mealtime, Riskua doesn't have the slightest clue. They're noisy, shouting and laughing, and with Dayton screaming at Ace once or twice for eating too much of the food. It grates her nerves. She wants to help Ace, wants him to accept her, and sure as hell wants him to accept Luffy, but pushing the cagey boy will only have the opposite effect. She doesn't have Luffy's people person magic. Hell, the only reason she gets on with Luffy is probably because the boy wants it to happen. She's awkward around the bandits as it is. They're just people living in the same space. The bandits dish up a small helping of rice for her and Luffy, and Riskua lets them have a chunk of the meat she catches. That's about it. They have a working relationship, Dayton aware of the imposing threat that could descend upon her should she send Riskua outside, and Riskua fully aware of the fact she's imposing upon the curly-haired woman. Luffy snorts in his sleep, leg kicking out, and a fresh waterfall of drool falls out from between his open lips. Cute the kid is, but he certainly isn't a pretty sleeper, that's for sure. Grimacing, Riskua cringes at the feeling of the fluid on her arm, eyes flicking up to the roof above her head in a silent prayer for patience. Then Luffy cuddles further into her hold and her heart melts a bit again. Right, this is why she puts up with his nastiness. Grinning, Riskua presses her face further into Luffy's fluffy hair, inhaling slowly. He's such a cute little kid. A lot of children are cute though. Ace is a cute brat too, moody and grumpy as he is. Her eyes flicker over to his sleeping mat, which Luffy had once again pulled their own towards. No doubt in the morning Ace'll be on the other side of the room. The difference this time though, is that on Ace's sleeping mat is a messily wrapped package, holding the cookies he'd turned down earlier. She'd seen the flash of want on his face when he'd walked in, nose twitching like a cat in the presence of fish. Maybe the kid was too prideful to accept the cookies then, but Rescue is willing to give him another chance to not miss out. Hence the little wrapped package on his bed. Meat, Luffy moans under his breath and Rescue giggles, quite unable to help herself. He might be an ugly crier, she'd seen his face when those sobs came out earlier, had been in his general vicinity when he blubbered like a baby over that admittedly bad cut, and an active sleeper, as if the drool on her arm isn't indication enough. The foot that thumps into her shin for the third time makes it clear, but Luffy's nothing short of adorable otherwise. It's not a hassle to look after him, to take things into account, to hunt slightly bigger beasts than she'd be otherwise comfortable with to make sure Luffy had enough to eat. Though she's beginning to suspect she could cook all the beasts on the island in one sitting and the kid would still never be full. Shaking her head, Rescue nuzzles further into the limp pillow, breathing slowly starting to even out. Just as the door to the room opens, Ace storming in. As routine, he snatches up one corner of his mat, dragging it all the way to the other side of the room. It is only as he comes to a halt against the other wall that he realizes everything is not following the usual pattern, that there's something extra there. Rescue watches from beneath her eyelashes as he crouches beside his bed, picking up the package and opening it. There's a pause, a moment of stillness, before his head swings around to look at the two of them. It feels as if every breath she takes is too loud, every heartbeat in her throat, and this shouldn't affect her so much. Slowly, Ace carefully puts the cookies down beside his bed, burrowing under the covers. It's a strain to keep her breathing normal as she lets her eyes fully close now, pressing closer to Luffy. Sleep comes easy. The next morning, Rescue awakes and at first glance, nothing seems different. Luffy's still curled up in her arms, slumbering peacefully away, already looking forwards to the new day, no doubt. The bandages on his arm aren't red, so the cut is healing nicely, it seems. Getting to her feet, Rescue adjusts the loose cotton shorts and t-shirt she wears before squatting down to tuck Luffy in with the tiger pelt. He'll probab, but as this place is starting to get nippy now that winter is looming, Rescue hurries over to her trunk to fetch her clothes for the day. Moving Luffy's outfits, which are piled on top of it given the lack of space inside, Rescue flips the lid. And promptly forgets all about just how cold it is. There's cookie crumbs everywhere, broken down and smeared all throughout the trunk, over every last article of clothing. Chocolate smeared into the cover of her books and her journals, it's everywhere. She's in shock, Rescue thinks as she stares numbly down at the sight. It's going to take all day to wash all of that out, to fix the covers of her books if it's possible. In a moment of panic, Rescue lunges for the atlas Mahawk had given her 2 years prior, flicking it open. There's crumbles inside the pages too, but the hidden little slot on the inner cover is untouched, as is the picture within. The glossy snapshot has Shanks and Rowell smiling up at her. Rescue sat between them and no older than a toddler. They look so happy, and sweet relief floods through Rescue that it has remained untouched. The sensation quickly gives way to burning rage though. It bubbles and boils beneath her skin, sizzling in just one more spark off of erupting out. This is not something she's ever experienced before, not in either life, to have an act of kindness thrown back in her face like this. Certainly not with such bitter spite either. For what else could it possibly be? Stumbling to her feet, Rescue stares down at the trunk once more, but there's nothing else for it. She's going to have to clean the whole lot out, and there's no reason to put it off. She needs to go put the clothes in water to soak. Then she can go find something to take her anger out on. Maybe she can do some armament training and destroy something, that'll help her mood. Though right now, it doesn't feel as if she'll be getting past the numb shock and near blinding rage anytime soon. The redhead makes her way down the stairs, trunk thumping along behind her, and each bang reminds her of just why she's having to do this. As if when she gets to the hallway just in time to spot Ace by the door, pipe in hand and a truly ugly expression on his face, isn't enough of a reminder as it is. They stare at one another for a second, Rescue's face carefully blank and fingers still flecked with little bits of melted chocolate and crumbs. Ace's hand is on the open door, his scowl fierce. "I don't need no shitty sister." And then he's gone, door banging against the frame, and Rescue grits her teeth. "Fine then. Shitty Garp, dropping those brats on the bandits, dropping those assholes into Ace's life. Ace stalks through the jungle, pipe held in the curled grip of his fingers and his eyes darting around the underbrush, just waiting for one of the beasts to dare try making a lunge for him. His footsteps are near silent as he passes across the grass, more focused on listening to the sound of others approaching him. Be it a wild animal or a surprise attack from Sabo. Each had potential to be as dangerous as the other, though Sabo wouldn't kill him. Just never let him live with the loss, not without never-ending teasing anyway. The other boy would not be getting the drop on him. Speaking of dropping things, he had managed to lose the more annoying intruder in his life by leading him towards the disciples of the Bear Lord. The brat's way weaker than Ace was at that age. 2 bears will be more than enough to keep him occupied until he can go crawling home to his big sister to get his boo-boos nursed. Ace sneers at the very thought, leaping over one of the rocks in his way. His stomach growls at the motion, one of Ace's hands going to pat at it in return. Maybe he'd gone too far ruining the creep stuff. And she is a creep. Ace has never seen anyone with eyes like that, but they look like they should glow in the dark. He's seen yellow eyes on tigers and bears and wolves, but never once on a human. They look like something out of the bandits' tales of myths and monsters. Anyway, creepy eyes had just pissed him off. Always catching and cooking the crybaby's food, bandaging him up at the end of the day and then even tucking for him in at night. Huh? The brat's a huge baby and Ace wants nothing to do with him. Nothing at all. The cookies had been the last straw. Ace doesn't need anyone else. The bandits were never there and Garp only ever turned up to beat the shit out of him. Demand he become a marine or to drop more problems on his head. Ace doesn't need her kindness and he doesn't need her cookies and he doesn't need a crappy sister. He's nothing like the crybaby and he never will be, nor does he want to be. So he'd thrown it all back in her face, metaphorically spat on her as surely as he'd physically spat on Garp's grandson, his actual grandson, not just taken in like Ace but actually shares his blood in his veins the day they'd first met. Maybe a bit of Ace regrets it. Maybe the face she'd given him when she'd met his gaze with those creepy eyes had made his innards squirm. But she fucking deserved it, trying to treat him like the crybaby like that. After that day, she'd never tried to reach out to him again. And things Ace hadn't noticed before, things he'd taken for granted, suddenly stopped. The extras from breakfast he would always steal were no longer present, and it burned him to realize she'd been allowing him to have that food, allowing him to sneak away with it and pretended as if she didn't notice. The clean bedding he'd assumed came from Dayton ground to a halt, and after the 3rd week Ace realizes just why his sheets had been getting cleaned and why that wouldn't be happening again, hence why his bed had gotten smellier and smellier. But he grit his teeth and did his own washing because he sure as hell didn't need to be babied in any way, not like the crybaby did. Even if he could never get the sheets quite right, and even if the leftovers from dinner he's been forced to hold back so he can now eat them for breakfast are never quite filling enough. He doesn't need anyone's help, and that's that. Gripping the shaft of his metal pipe tighter in his hand, Ace storms forwards, one of the smaller jungle animals, the ones that don't eat meat, scurrying out of his way. Ace watches it go, the creature's dark eyes reminding him of the crybaby even more. Sneering, Ace vaults over the final hurdle on the mountain path, feeling the muscles of his arms and legs burn with the stretch. He'd gone out of his way today to traverse across the more challenging route, building up his strength again. The hoard of treasure is getting bigger and bigger. It won't be long now until they're able to set sail. Ace grins just thinking about it. To be out there on the open ocean, no expectations riding high on his shoulders, no pressure. He wouldn't be anyone other than Portgas the Ace, pirate. No one's son, no one's nightmare. He'd just be known as exactly who he is. A boy who dreams of freedom, of proving to the world he exists and of making a name for himself, by his own actions. And he doesn't need anyone for that. Not a shitty no-show grandfather who has a real grandson to deal with instead, not a weakling crybaby who can't even handle the jungle. And certainly not a shitty girl to tuck him in at night and patch up his wounds. Heavy scowl deepening, Ace stops at the edge of the gray terminal, head swinging back and forth as he tries to locate the only person in his life he can sort of maybe depend upon. Sabo, up here, Ace. Ace's neck snaps back so that he can glance in the correct direction, and sure enough there he is. Black top hat, ratty handkerchief thing around his neck. Sabo is sat on one of the tree's many branches, scratching at a half-healed scab on his cheek. With a grin, Ace quickly goes about scaling the bark, swinging himself up to take a seat by his good friend. Rummaging through his pockets, Ace produces the sloppy sandwiches he'd swiped from Dayton's fridge, pushing half into Sabo's grasp. He knows the other boy lives in the grade terminal and that food there is scarce. Sure, Sabo can hunt, sure he's almost as good at fighting as what Ace is, but almost isn't enough. Finding and catching meat is difficult for them, and he's worried that his partner in crime doesn't get enough to eat. He's seen Sabo with his shirt off that one time, back when some asshole got lucky and got a good slice in on Sabo's back. Sabo's skin isn't quite stretched over his ribs, but he's not as healthy as Ace would have liked. Thankfully, that wound healed up good on its own, which was lucky. Ace knows squat about treating injuries like that, and Sabo's not much better either. They've improved since then though, he doubts any of the assholes will be able to land a blow on them now. This good, is it pickled cheese? Yep, the no-good hag has some okay stuff in. Ace grumbles under his breath. There had been jam in the fridge too recently, strawberry. Ace hasn't ever had strawberry jam, none of the bandits like the stuff. He knows the creep used it in her stupid baking yesterday. The crybaby's lips had been smeared with the stuff. Gritting his teeth, Ace pushes the thought away. He doesn't have to think on those two bastards right now. He won't let them completely take over his life. He's certainly not going to think about them when he's finally got some time away again. They already ruin half his day. He won't let them wreck the rest. What's with the face? Sabo asks, suddenly so much closer. Close enough that Ace can detect the underlying blue in his insanely dark eyes. TCH. Just those shitty brats Garp dropped on the bandits. I hate them. Of course he's told Sabo all about them. The other boy nods his head in all the right places and always cheers him up with the proposal of a good old-fashioned snatch and run. Their pirate fund is growing more and more every day. Well, we can't have that much left until we've got enough to set sail. Then you can just leave them behind. It'll be me and you on the open ocean. And yeah, Ace likes that mental picture. Him, Sabo and other faceless crew members all on a boat. The ocean mist kissing at his lips and the uncovered sun baking his skin. It sounds like perfection, quite frankly. Ace can hardly wait. Ready to go? Sabo asks, hoping to his feet, pipe in hand. Looking out of the stretch of grounds before them, the taste of stolen sandwiches on his tongue and the thrill of the chase already starting to pump through his veins, Ace nods. All his other worries are forgotten for the next few hours as he and Sabo dart from one target to another, sticky fingers lifting wallets and fleeting goods. Metal whistles through the air, a solid thwack singing through the air as the pipe finds its target. His would-be assailant goes down hard, another steady knock to the head leading him into dreamland. Panting, Ace straightens out of his aggressive posture, gaze flicking over to his partner in crime. Sabo's nearly done though, stronger and faster and healthier than his opponent. It's only a matter of moments, seconds really, before there would be mugger assaulter, murderer, who knows what lives in these parts joins his fellow on the ground. Crouching low, Ace begins riffling through the man's pockets, pulling out a solid gold pen. Shitty nobles, who throws away a pen when it runs out of ink, especially one like this. And a heavy coin purse. Oh yeah, this is exactly what he was looking for. Snapping the clasp open, Ace grins at the sight of all those bills, mingling in with plentiful change. Excellent, more for the treasure pile. As he straightens up, Ace aims a kick at the man's face, just to be sure he'll stay down until they're long gone, and then he turns to face Sabo. As expected, his opponent is on the floor, unconscious. The boy himself is rooting through the half-abandoned bag, pulling out a variety of papers, half-folded clothes and then the good stuff. Stolen goods. Well, maybe scavenged from the trash heap. It doesn't matter either way because that stuff now belongs to Ace and Sabo. Anything good? Sabo questions, cocking his head back, and Ace can't help but grin, theatrically spinning the golden pen about between his fingers in response. Sabo, eyes follow the movement greedily, grin wide and showcasing the gap in his teeth. Of all the baby teeth the boy could end up losing last of all, it sure is rotten luck it's ended up being one of the front ones. Ace's last two are still growing in, though they've broken the surface of his gums at the back of his mouth. All the more weapons for chewing down on meat. Should he catch a boar tonight? Or try his luck and go for an alligator? Wanna split up? I bet we can get even more money that way. It sounds like a plan. A little friendly competition over who can bring in the most haul. Yeah, Ace likes that idea a lot. I bet I can get more treasure. No way. You don't even know what's of real value. Ace snorts, rolling his eyes, even though Sabo's sort of right in that respect. There have been a few things that Ace had almost thrown back on the trash heap before Sabo had managed to stop him. But hell, how was Ace supposed to know that the ugly heavy thing was a paperweight belonging to some snob who'd lived a couple of decades ago? Or that the nasty-looking vase was actually from 700 years ago and could probably pay for a boat in of itself? If they managed to fetch a fair price for it, that was something they couldn't manage as 10-year-olds right now. Doesn't matter, I'll still get the best stuff, insists Ace, jabbing his thumb into the flesh of his chest and smirking when Sabo splutters in response. And for a few hours, Ace forgets about the assholes waiting for him at home, about the crybaby that trails after him everywhere, focused solely on besting Sabo once again. Ace's good mood persists throughout the rest of the day, even more so when he finds out he has indeed beaten Sabo, having collected the best treasure, much to the blonde's irritation. Bidding the other boy a farewell, Ace's mood plummets as reality once again slaps him harshly in the face. He's reached the summit of his good day, and now it's time to begin the habitual descent into awfulness. His face twists up in disgust at that, knuckles white as he clenches at the metal pipe in his hand. He hates this, hates going back to the bandits who only look after him for garp, hates the bastards whose lives would have been so much easier if he'd never been born. They've got 2 new brats to look after now, though Ace would use that terminology very loosely. The bandits can't even look after their own home, never mind another living being. The only reason why Garp would even leave them with the bandits is for the same reason Ace is here. Because no one would ever think to look here for the child of the Pirate King. Well, actually, Garp has only left the crybaby. Creep had come along later, having saved Crybaby's ass. Though where she came from is anybody's guess. Ace sneers as there's a rustle, gunmetal gray eyes scanning the undergrowth before he spots the source of the sound. Bore it is for dinner then. Ace descends upon his hapless prey, pipe cracking against skull as anger sings through his blood. It won't be long now until he's out in sea and free as a man can possibly be. He'll sail the Grand Line, he'll make a name for himself as Ace, and he'll never think of this shitty island again. Ace, shit. Dropping onto his carcass, Ace flicks his head towards the source of the voice, wavy bangs shadowing his eyes. It's the crybaby, panting and looking worse for wear. He's still bearing the bandages of the creep's patch-up job. Left arm a mess of white fabric and a plaster slapped across the bridge of his nose. Those stupid, wide innocent eyes stare at him in wonder and excitement, and Ace feels rage boil further in his stomach. What right does that brat have to wear such a face? He's Garp's grandson, his true grandson. That's obvious in how the old man's allowed him to live a relatively carefree existence, not like Ace, who's had to fight and struggle just for his right to live. Even then it's still an uphill battle. But it doesn't matter, the shit job that Garp has done has made him strong, made him tough. He's got what it takes to make it out there, he'll take on the whole world and he'll win. Not like this stinking crybaby who trails after Ace like a lost dog. Is that a boar? Did you catch that for tea? Riskua can probably cook it for you if you want, and then you won't have to share it with the bandits. Though Riskua might want a bit for cooking it. But then she catches our food and she has a bit of that, and she doesn't eat a lot either, which is strange cause it's meat. And I want to eat it all. God, this brat does nothing but ramble. Part of Ace itches to just get it over with, to just kill the kid. There's a flicker of hesitation though, and no matter how much Ace tells himself it's because he's never killed another person before, there's another reason. No matter how much he wants to dismiss it, to never acknowledge it. Because his mind flashes back to that day 2 months ago, back when the creep's eyes had met his, when her fingers had been wrapped around the handle of her trunk, his own on the door. The look on her face had been void of emotion in that brief stare down, back before Ace had stormed off into the jungle. He'd expected anger, he'd expected her to blubber like Crybaby no doubt would have, but he hadn't gotten either reaction. The lack of it had thrown him off. He'd pushed her, and while she had retreated, pulling back her breakfasts and the cleaning and whatever else she did that he'd not noticed yet, Ace wouldn't lie to himself. Creep had a look in her freaky eyes, a look that said should the crybaby come to serious harm at his hand, he'd get to see just how angry she could get. That she had knives, that she could take down tigers, that made her dangerous. Ace is pretty sure he could win, but he doesn't want to chance it. Not unless the benefits outweighed the risks. He ignores the part of him that knows he couldn't stomach killing another living being, not when it isn't in self-defense. If he's going to be a pirate, he needs to forget that such feelings exist. Get lost, he hisses, snarling at Crybaby who just blinks innocently back at him. Fuck this kid, he's useless and he lets himself get babied far too much and he's everything Ace hates. Go run home and cry to your shitty sister. Crybaby stiffens, limbs locking up, and for a sheer second, Ace thinks that just maybe he's finally gotten through to the brat. The battered straw hat, and where did he find that? It's old, what kind of idiot are all shadows his face? Ace expects to see tears. He expects to see a wobbly frown and hurt splashed across those features. What he gets is very different. What Ace gets is a seething expression, cold fury burning in those black eyes and rumbling like a summer storm at night. Don't talk about Rescue like that. And the boy's voice, usually so high-pitched and happy, cracks like a whip through the air, freezing Ace in place. Crybaby looks like he wants to say more, wants to snap and scream at him, but something stills the boy. Instead, his tiny fingers squeeze into fists before he storms off, but not without another angry, almost disappointed look at Ace. It's the first time Crybaby has ever walked away from him, and it leaves Ace feeling magnificently unbalanced. Because what the hell was that? By the time he gets back to Dayton's place, everything appears as it should be. The Crybaby has beaten him back, once again sat up to the kitchen table with Creep, one hand held before him as the redhead wraps it up in fresh bandages. The other is steadily shoveling meat into his mouth, somehow managing to tell the tale of his adventures for the day around all that food. Ace remains back in the shadows, just watching the two of them. Garp's real grandson is a fair sight different than the last glimpse of him Ace had just gotten, speaking with so much energy that had he the hands free, he'd no doubt be gesturing wildly to improve his point. He's rambling on about the bears he outran today, happily explaining how he'd managed to scurry up a tree to get away, making it all seem far more impressive than it actually is. Yet Creep is still nodding along, a small smile on her lips like what the brat's done is something to be proud of. Every so often, she'll take a chunk of meat for herself from the large bowl, though she sticks primarily to the fresh vegetables. That in itself is indicator enough she's a freak, who picks vegetables over meat after all. What did you do today, Rescue? Crybaby finally chokes out after he's gobbled down the last piece of meat, admiring the bandages on his hand before attempting to scratch an itch beneath their protective layering. Creep tries batting his hand away, lest those fingers ruin what she spent the past few minutes working on, before she seemingly gives up and retreats back to the vegetable bowl. Yuck. Did some training, caught dinner. Knocked down a tree 'cause we're running low on firewood and winter's on its way. Knocked down a tree. Ace mentally reevaluates her threat level, remembering how long it had taken him to figure out how to do so, to build up the strength required. She's not that much shorter than him, but her limbs are weedy. There's muscle, sure, not as much as what he has though. But he still recalls how easily she'd hefted that trunk full of stuff. No weakling would have been able to handle that. Okay, that's cool. The tiger fur's really warm though, Crybaby muses, reminding Ace of the current state of his room. No doubt when he gets back up there, the interloper's bed will have been moved close to his again. It's a wonder Ace hasn't thrown all their stuff out the window yet. It's only because the next time he comes home he'll have to deal with them if he does so that it stops him. That and the fact he doesn't want them to know that they piss him off so much. He doesn't need them butting into his life and thinking they have a right to judge him or anything. He's got enough people in his life like that. Tell me a story tonight? Crybaby asks, as if Ace needs any more proof that he's the biggest baby on the face of the planet. Ace never needed stories before going to sleep, and even if he did, he'd certainly have grown out of it by the time he turned whatever age the Crybaby is. Creep just laughs though, shaking her bright head of hair about before she ruffles Crybaby's. Alright, Anchor, and what a stupid name that is. Go wash your face while I clean up. TCH. The brat should pull his own weight and clean up after himself. Not that Ace does that. Dayton sorts out the plates and shit because Ace brings in the meat. That's how it works, and that's how it will always work. The freckle-faced boy leans against the door frame, watching Creep's tense shoulders slowly roll as she washes up the plates and bowls. The scent of meat is still in the air and Ace's stomach clenches with sheer want. But as usual in the face of the crybaby who doesn't know when to give up, there's nothing left over. He will have to wait until Dayton gets back from her thieving because Ace sure as hell doesn't know how to cook his catches yet. He probably should figure it out soon, given the treasure fund isn't that far off. Then again, Sabo probably know how to cook, so it's a redundant point. Creep puts the last pot on the side, flicking the residue water from her hands before she makes her way towards the hallway, no doubt heading up to his room. Teeth grinding, Ace folds his arms over his chest, inhaling sharply. Those two in his room, with what little stuff he has to his name, the pipe is cold against his side, his trusted weapon still dotted with animal blood. Ace leans it against the door, sending his trusted tool one last glance before he darts outside. Ace creeps out around the back of the hut, scaling the outside of the building to come to rest on the little ledge just beside the window to his room. He doesn't trust the two brats, they're probably gonna mess with his stuff, even if he hasn't caught them at it yet. He's ready though, he knows they will do it. They're probably waiting to lure him into a false sense of security. Not gonna happen though, Ace is onto them. It's only a matter of time until the shitty siblings show their true colors. He'd gotten a glimpse when he'd thrown Creep's cookies back in her face, it'll happen, he's sure of it. Slouching down on the ledge, Ace hugs his arms close to his chest for warmth, taking a mental not to look out for a jacket of some kind the next time he makes it to the grade terminal. Winter's coming, and the bandits sure as hell aren't going to see he's properly clothed for such weather. Luffy, calm down. The opposite happens. The noises in the room growing loud and Ace dares to sneak a peek. He doesn't understand why he's even bothering to hide. It's not like they have any rights to be in his room as it is. Fury scorches hot behind his eyes and he forces himself to focus. He's not like the crybaby after all. Nearly completely hidden by the wall, the Freckles boy spots the two instantly. It seems that Creep has had enough of her overactive little brother, because she's tackled Crybaby to the floor, sat on his back, and freaking Ace the hell out, she's tied the boy's arms and legs into knots, securely fastened together and held to the boy's back with a foot. What the hell? Say it, Anchor. Say uncle, Psycho Creep teases, finger and thumb stretching out Crybaby's lips way past what they should go. Uncle, let me up, Riskua. The girl laughs, delighted and cheerful, and for a moment Ace is reminded of how Sabo sounds. It's the same kind of joy the other boy exhibits after they've just outrun their latest target, the same kind of bright light that twinkles in their eyes. TCH, comparing their eyes doesn't offset Ace as much as he expected. He'd first thought Sabo's eyes were a bit wide and glossy. Glowing yellow is a hell of a lot creepier than dead fish eyes though. This is great fun, Creep confirms, stretching out Crybaby's face with one hand as the other works free the knot of limbs. With a rubbery sounding snap, the boy whips back into the usual proportions, one hand batting Creep away while the other rubs at his lips with a pout. You sure ate a fun devil fruit, Luffy. Devil fruit? The hell's that? I'm a rubber man, the unnatural boy confirms, but that doesn't mean Riskua gets to pull my cheeks. She laughs, warm and light, bundling the squirming boy up into her arms and flipping them across the floor until they land on their sleeping mat, which is right beside his. Ace bites his tongue, his jazzed at the observation, that damn brat. So it's been a good day then, Anchor? Yep, meat for breakfast and dinner and tea, and I caught up to Ace. Even if he was on his way back, I'm getting closer. Creep hums and Ace just knows she's remembering their little confrontation, though her face is blank. She's not told the brat. Why? She should have warned Crybaby off, not unless she wants to see Ace hurt him too. Why hasn't she told him? Why the hell hasn't she said anything? Her face clearly says she's not a big fan of Crybaby's desire to be his friend. But she's letting him do so. All the other bandits leave him alone. No doubt they've told the girl to stay away too. And while she's no longer helping him out, she's not actively sabotaging him either. She hasn't tried to hit him or yell at him. She hasn't stopped her precious little Crybaby chasing after him even though she knows he's capable of ruining things. All she's ever done is look at him with those freaky eyes and that stupid expression on her face that makes his insides squirm, that makes him want to yell and shout and even punch her until she stops with that shitty look. I'm glad you're getting close to your goal, Kinglet. Thanks, story now? And the brat's snuggling into the tiger pelt, pulling Creep down after him until he's half sprawled across her, chin on her chest to beam up at her. Creep doesn't seem to mind, instead running her fingers through thick black hair and she gets comfortable. Okay, I'll tell you the story of a boy who had a demon sealed inside of him, and how he grew to gain the respect and love of all those who feared him. Ace gets lost in the story. He's a bit ashamed to admit it, but it's a good tale. All about ninja and battles and respect. Not the crappy love story that he'd have expected from a girl. It's exactly the kind of story that the crybaby would like. The kind of story that Sabo would like. Ace refuses to admit he liked it too, at least, out loud. The story of the boy who overcomes the hand he's been dealt to really become someone. She's stupid though, continuing to weave the world of the demon boy even though the crybaby has long since fallen asleep. Ace's own eyes are starting to droop, heavy and sticky with sleep, when Creep finishes the story. There's quiet for a moment, in which Ace's breathing sounds just a bit too loud, and then the redhead sighs. I'm not going to attack you if you come in, Ace. Ace stiffens at the blatant address, muscles screaming in pain with how hard he tenses. How the hell does she know he's outside? She's not even facing him, still lying with the now drooling crybaby sprawled all over her. Was he too loud? Is that how she knew he was here? Scowling, Ace jumps off the side of the building, rubbing his hands up and down the meat of his upper arms in an attempt to warm himself. When did the sun even go down? He doesn't want to go in that room. Not when that creep who can see out the back of her head is there. Hell, knowing his luck, she can probably see through walls too. It's creepy as hell. He's named her aptly. TCH, Ace'll sleep under the kitchen table tonight. It's always warm in the kitchen. He's not running from them. He's not. Ben Beckman halts his strides as he comes up on deck. There's a light drizzle, calm weather for the Grand Line really. It's not even enough to start to wet his hair, not unless he's an idiot and stands outside in it for too long. An idiot like his captain. Shanks has stood before the railings, famous red hair practically dripping onto the damp fabric of his dark cloak. It's still strange, looking at the man and knowing that the space below his left shoulder is absent, that there's no longer an arm there. It's been 6 months now, but Ben thinks it'll take a lifetime to get used to. Which one are you thinking about, Captain? It's a valid question. Shanks gazes to the east, eyes warm with a light that only ever burns when his thoughts are on the anchor and the little seabird. Both, Shanks admits, grinning sheepishly as his eyes linger on the distant horizon, wondering what they make of each other. I can see Riskua taking to anchor, and I think my little gully will be good for the kid. Just. You miss them. Ben has to admit, he misses the scrappy little brats too. Misses going to Melring every 3 or 4 months to see how Riskua is getting on, to see how far she's come in her prodigious hockey training. Misses listening to Luffy yammer on about getting taken out to sea, and then later about how he's going to be Pirate King. It's not doubt worse for Shanks, for obvious reasons. She'll be fine, Captain. There's no question about Luffy being okay. Not with his grandfather looking out for him. But Riskua is out there, and while Makino's trustworthy sorts, she's not going to be much help in a fight. Not going to be able to physically protect Riskua like Ben knows everyone on this crew can manage. My little seabird's resourceful, Shanks admits, slapping his hand against the wood of the railing and grinning wider. She'll be fine, and then next time I see her, she'll probably be better at hockey than I am. He's got a lot of trust in his daughter, that much is evident. Ben can see why. The kid's going to go far with that attitude of hers. She might not have Shanks' magnetism, but there is a little pull of something that makes you pay attention beyond those unnerving eyes. Dracule Riskua is a kind person. But Ben's got a good feeling that if she's pushed to the limit when her precious people are threatened, she'll be a force to reckon with. Crew, let's have a party, Captain? With a devilish grin, Shanks abandons the railings, arm thrown up and gesturing to the whole girth of their new ship. A party, to celebrate the new chapter of Riskua's life. Snatching up a cup of something potent from Lucky Roo, Shanks raises his glass. To my little gully and her limitless potential. It's 4 hours into the partying when Ben remembers just why he'd been looking for his captain in the first place. Hey, Captain. Did you ever tell Hawk Eyes just where you were dropping Riskua off? Oh shit. Riskua is doing the laundry. Once again. Luffy's adventures are adorable. And it's sweet listening to him warble on about his day. but goddamn did she wish he was a little more careful with his clothes. There's a reasonably bloody stain on this one, from where he nicked his side climbing a tree, and dear lord, how much blood is in one body? More importantly, how much blood can one little patch of fabric hold? Riskua snarls under her breath, fingers working over the t-shirt once again until finally, the stain is gone. Her own muscles sing with the pain of overuse, and Riskua silently admits that maybe she went a bit far in her own training. Her knuckles are red raw from the few times she hadn't managed to cover them in armament hockey before she hit a tree, and though the phrase is cliché, no pain, no gaon rings true, as always. Withdrawing her hands from the water, Riskua carefully nurses them on a towel, patting lightly at the sore skin as she slowly gets to her feet. All their now clean clothes are hung up for drying. Dinner is cooking in the oven. Everything is a-okay. If one discounts her sensitive knuckles, that is. Flexing the fingers which appear halfway to pins and needle status, Riskua makes her way out of the laundry room, or what the Dayton bandits attempt to pass as one. There's a hamper full of dirty clothes that Riskua is not going anywhere near. At least with Luffy she knows where all those stains are from. Grimacing, the redhead blows a strand of hair back from her face, mentally running through her checklist. Near 3 months into her stay here, and she's finally making significant progress on the hockey front. She's got a notebook carefully hidden away from where Ace could possibly get at it for intentional damage, and hidden from where Luffy could cause some accidental destruction of property, and it's filled to the brim with ideas and observations. There's far more to this hockey stuff than what the Marines and pirates think there has to be. Why would an energy held by all living things only give a minimum of 2, potentially 3 max options? It just seems like they discovered observation and armament. Some lucky fellow had conquerors, and then they called it quits. Where was the experimentation? The theories and the boundary pushers? It makes Riskua disappointed in the human race. Well, she's going to fix that in the very least. Glass of mango juice in hand, Riskua kicks the fridge door shut, a yawn slipping out from between her lips. Her favorite beverage is sweet on the tongue, light and crisp, leaving her refreshed. The glass shatters as it hits the floor. It takes Riskua a moment to get through the haze that has suddenly clouded her mind. Pain and pride and pain, and by the time she manages it, she's already at the door. Her observation is going haywire, the usually calm static suddenly blitzing brighter than a lightning storm. Throwing open the door, Riskua freezes at the sight before her. It makes sense, really. The only person she's spent enough time around to instinctively recognize the hockey of inactive or not is Luffy. That still doesn't numb the sheer shock and horror that wraps around her as surely as a blanket of distress. He looks awful. There's no other way to describe it. The sloppy bandages make no real show of hiding the numerous wounds. Though making a valiant effort to reach the front door under his own power, his thin little legs were shaking all over the place, a gentle breeze away from folding under him like a cheap deck of cards. Riskua closes the space between them faster than she has ever moved, scooping Luffy up into her arms. Observational hockey flares, and she knows instinctively where to not put her hands, where it hurts the most and where she can support him best. All the tears that her precious little kinglet has been holding in burst free, skinny arms around her neck in an instant, and snotty face burying itself into the sharp relief of her shoulder bone. "Oh Luffy," Riskua whispers, pressing him as tightly to her as she dares into her, not even bothering to pay attention to the other two. Luffy's her first priority here. Ensuring the botched patch job that barely passes for first aid won't damage Luffy's recovery anymore. This isn't a few little nicks from traversing the jungle. These are serious wounds. Wounds that if left to fest could kill. She can smell liquor on him, so someone's thought to clear the cuts at least. "It's okay, Luffy, I've got you. I've got you. TCH. Stop crying, you baby, it doesn't hurt that much." Luffy goes still in her arms, and Riskua knows she's just as motionless. For that mere moment, her patience strains. It stretches even further as she turns on heel, walking towards Dayton's hut. As carefully as she possibly can, Riskua places Luffy on the ratty sofa, taking his hat off so that she can pepper a kiss to his forehead. "I'll be just a moment, Anchor." Wet dark eyes stare up at her, cheeks smeared with tears and snot dribbling down his chin. Oh boy. Luffy does not make a pretty sight at all. "I'll be right back," she promises again, cupping the less swole thumb ever so gently, stroking at the last tear to fall. As soon as she can see the acceptance of her words sink into the boy, Riskua turns on her heels and heads back out. Crossing the threshold, she can actually feel her patience snap as if it is a physical object. The first one she reaches is Sabo, and it is only the fact she recognizes him at the last second that has her pulling her punch. Instead of the hockey infusion, it's just a regular fist that meets his face with a satisfying crack. Ace, on the other hand, isn't so lucky, because god damn it, violence seems to be the only thing that'll get through to him in this moment, so it's a hockey-coated blow that meets his cheek and sends him crashing back into the undergrowth, slamming into a tree. I don't know what the fuck Luffy ever did to you. Riskua seethes, feeling the rage swirl in the back of her throat, feeling it coat her teeth as she struggles to actually get the words out, tongue heavy and thick with emotion. I don't know what he did, but I do know it can't be enough to warrant those kind of injuries. I don't care who put them on him, but if it weren't you too, I'm pretty damn sure you didn't step in as soon as you could. He is a 7-year-old child and all he wanted was to be your friend. She looks Ace right in the eyes, though it's quite difficult given the magnificent way the right side of his face is swelling up. For once he seems to actually be seeing her as Dracula Riskua, not as the interloper who'd made a little burrow in his life. One of his hands is on his injured cheek. If she'd been less proficient in hockey, that blow would have killed him, or caused some form of brain damage. Being able to temper just enough force, she doesn't know how she managed it with being so angry. Or maybe it's because she was so emotional that it came easier. Wasn't that how Conquerors was awakened? Something to look into later. All she knows is she wants to beat this boy black and blue until the message gets through his thick head, but he's been hurt so much already. She refuses to add any more to that, no matter what her instincts scream at her. And he's come stumbling back here in so much pain, all because he wants to impress you, though I don't know why. If I had any say in it, I wouldn't want him anywhere near you. The dark-haired boy flinches more from her words than her raised fist, and Riskua's heart just crumbles. She can't keep this up, she really can't. Not when Ace is looking at her like all his worst fears have been realized, and maybe it's just the day he's had that's led to that face, maybe it's everything hitting him at once, but guilt washes through her with all the crushing power of a tidal wave. God damn it. So you better buck up and show some of that goodness Luffy sees in you, because unlike him, I can't go by faith alone. I need a little proof if we're gonna be friends. Unwilling to stick around and see just what kind of reaction Ace has to that, Riskua makes her way inside, pushing everything out of her mind, other than reassuring Luffy that while it might be a bit unstable right now, everything is going to be okay. She won't let it be anything otherwise. Holy shit, Sabo can see where Ace was coming from with his description. His face throbs more surely than any blow he's received today, and dear lord, can that girl throw a punch. Both Ace and Luffy had been open to the idea of him coming to stay at Dayton's hut, but both had forgotten to mention about the redhead demon there. Almost as if she'd sensed their approach, she'd all but flown out of the door, scooping up Luffy, and the boy had just broken. He'd clung to the girl and Sabo had felt jealous zing through him. Because where was that kind of comfort for him, back when he was Luffy's age, back when the older nobles picked on him and his mother had just checked to make sure Sabo hadn't hurt them? Never mind that he was bleeding and bruised. Where was his hug and reassurances and soft words? He doesn't begrudge Luffy for it. Had seen how carefully the redhead had carried him inside, the lucky kid. Then she'd come back and delivered a smack harder than anything else he'd ever received in his life. And given his tendency to get in fights in Grey Terminal for loot, that's saying something. Not that the punch he'd gotten seemed to have anything on the one she'd blessed Ace with. Hell, he wouldn't be surprised if the other boy's cheekbone had broken under the force. How the hell could a girl like that punch harder than Ace? Sabo drags his feet as he approaches the hut, quite fearful that the girl will reappear and smack him again. She's right though, Luffy's a kid, an innocent if obnoxious one, and though he needs to lose that attitude if he's going to become a pirate, throwing him so far into the deep end is bad. Real bad. The kind of beating he'd got. Well, Sabo's not gonna lie. If it'd have been him, he'd have cracked. Hell, he'd probably have died from that kind of torture. Ace can call Luffy a crybaby all he wants. Sabo's got some respect for the brat. With clammy palms, Sabo carefully pushes open the half-shut door, slinking into the hallway with Ace a few steps behind him. The sight that greets him both makes sense and isn't quite what he'd picture from the girl who just rightfully attacked him. She's got Luffy's bandages off, replacing them with her own variation that already seemed to be doing a better job of hiding the boy's wounds. The dark-haired brat himself is gnawing on a leg of meat, clearly quite content. "Sit down, Blondie, you're next." Sabo really doesn't like the sound of that, but he's in no condition to try going head-to-head with the girl, not with only a half-battered Ace as backup. Not when she's still fresh and ready to fight. So Sabo sits, on the same sofa as Luffy but not close enough to really be in the girl's vicinity. When she looks up again, Sabo's struck by just how correct Ace was. Those eyes are alarming. Bright yellow, ringed irises, and it's not like the set of her eyes can highlight the color pleasantly either. When she looks down and those eyes disappear behind thick lashes, she's not so terrible to look at though. "All done, Kinglet. Eat up. Meat." And then the boy's tearing into the food with a hungry that Sabo has only ever seen in his freckled friend before. A cold something wraps around his hand and pulls his arm forwards before Sabo can react. And then the girl's removing his hastily done bandages. "Anywhere else you're injured?" she asks, meeting his gaze, and Sabo fights down a flinch. "Forehead, ribs, I'm Sabo." He doesn't mean for it to come out like a question, but that's how the words tumble out regardless. And just like that, scary girl with stupidly strong punches smiles. It's warm and light and it make massive difference to just how damn nervous he feels. "Dracula Rescua. Thank you for rescuing Luffy, even if you were a bit late to it." Her hands are soft and careful as they go about reworking his bandages with a far superior technique than what he'd managed. The only sound their soft breaths and Luffy gorging himself upon his pre-prepared dinner. It's a damn sight different to the furious girl that punched him. Luffy in pain is obviously a hot button for Dracula Rescua, and Sabo makes a mental note to avoid that at all costs where possible. The girl's knuckles are red raw, not the kind of abrasion punching two faces could result in. She trains, she has to. Sabo's never met a girl who can fight before. No matter what Ace thinks of her, Sabo thinks she's pretty cool for that. He's as far away from his noble heritage as he can get. Living in a bandit's hut with two scrappy orphans and a scary girl who might even be able to punch through walls. He wouldn't put it past her. "Done," Rescua murmurs, pulling Sabo's top back down where she'd bunched it around his neck for better access at his ribs. She'd frowned when she first saw them, running her fingers over the slight ridges they make in his skin. Ticklish, and then she got up and walked away. Only to return with another both vegetables and meat housed with, and it's not as piled up as Luffy's portion was. "Eat. I wasn't expecting company, so it's not a great portion, but it'll have to do." Sabo's sure as hell not complaining. The meat is still reasonably warm when he picks it up, and though there's smears of dirt on his fingers, Sabo really doesn't care right now. Very little will be capable of distracting him from this meal. "Ace. That'll do it though." His good friend stiffens at the address, gray meeting yellow before Rescua points to the seat between Luffy and Sabo. "Sit. I ain't, Ace." And there's more steel in that tone than there is in Ace's eyes. Slowly but surely, Ace pushes off from the wall he'd been leaning against, making his way over and carefully taking his assigned seat. It's no wonder he's cautious. Ace has told him all about the creepy girl with the creepy eyes, how he ruined her stuff months ago, and though he'd never explicitly said it, Sabo knows his prickly friend has been trying to drive her off. Even Sabo's not sure what to expect, but it's not a big surprise when Rescua takes a gentle hold of Ace's hand and begins unwinding the shabby bandages of his arm. It was either that or she'd slap him again. When the other boy does try to struggle free of her grip though, Rescua doesn't hesitate to pull him onto the floor. Flip him over with that monstrous strength. Either Sabo's eyes are failing him or her hands turned black for a second there, and then wrestle him into a position from which she can both hold him down and work on his bandages, no matter how much Ace squirms. It's not funny, Sabo tells himself, biting his lip in a valiant attempt to not laugh. Beside him, Luffy isn't even trying to hide it, giggling freely, and yeah, this is nice. It's 10 minutes later, during which Rescua has given a bowl of food to Ace as well, with a single demand of, "Eat." That Ace can't fight against. He's been offered food after all, and his pride may be great, but right now his hunger is far greater, that the bandits return from whatever has occupied their time. Sabo tenses up, A brief flash of all the authority figures in his life flickering before his eyes, and those damn nerves. What if father finds out I'm still alive? What if someone recognizes me? What if I get dragged back there and this time there's no way out? Return like the morning sun cresting the horizon. His breathing hitches. Hands shake for a moment before something slips into his palm. Sabo stares blankly at Riskua's hand as it gives his own a gentle, reassuring squeeze before she lets go. Bandits, this is Sabo and he'll be staying here for now. We'll cover him for food. There's a moment of stunned silence. The good-for-nothing hag Ace had previously described stood gaping at the front of the pack. What the hell is this? She barks, eyes zeroing in on Riskua, who stands tall and proud as if she isn't making herself that much more of a target. Her chin is even tilted defiantly upwards, angled right at this brute of a woman. Sabo had no idea women could come in such mannish varieties. This is Sabo, Riskua replies dryly, expression flat even as one hand comes to rest on his shoulder. Why does it feel like he's the younger one out of the two of them? Riskua is shorter than him by a little bit and her face is still round with youth. Rounder than his anyway. She's got to be younger than him, right? Sabo, I know that name. You're that good for nothing. His teeth grind against one another even as he grins brightly. And you're the good for nothing hag, Dayton, you little shit. Anyway, Riskua snaps in, smiling slightly though the warmth she showed him earlier is gone. We're keeping Sabo. We'll feed him and everything, just don't kick him out. Who the hell are you to tell me what to do? Dayton demands, leaning in until her eyes meet Riskua's, which, props to the hag for being able to meet those uncanny eyes while in a battle of wills. Because everyone should have somewhere they feel safe with people they trust, who care about them. Especially a child. See you in the morning. And then, stopping only to pluck a visibly flagging Luffy up from the sofa, Riskua offers Dayton a nod and disappears into the corridor. Sabo and Ace both watch her go. Take one look at the spluttering, reddening Dayton, and then they scramble after her. His brain is spinning, Riskua's words whipping through his mind again and again and again. Somewhere safe. With people who care. People who can be trusted. Sabo swallows around the lump in his thirst and follows after the grumpy Ace. There's only 2 bed mats at the moment, and as Riskua and Luffy apparently share, Sabo has to risk sleeping next to Ace or it's the cold floor for him. Ace will be sleeping on his left side, so he doesn't have to put pressure on his Riskua cultivated bruise. It's really swollen up now. Ace's eye has almost closed up under the pressure. Sabo's own cheek still pulses occasionally with pain, and he can tell Riskua pulled her punch at the last second for him. Ace has clearly been getting to her much more than he first thought, judging by the impact he received. Ace flops down onto his assigned sleeping mat, sparing a single glare for the other one, which is perhaps a bit too close for Sabo to really be comfortable with. Brat, Ace grumbles under his breath, but shock of all shocks, it sounds almost fond. Sabo feels his own lips twitch up at the thought, because for as obnoxious as Luffy is, he does have a way of growing on you. How's your face? At that, said face falls mightily fast, Ace folding his arms across his chest and pointedly looking away. It doesn't help that the way he swings his head just gives Sabo a really good look at the monster bruise. Bet you didn't know she could punch that hard, huh? Sabo chuckles, sitting himself down beside Ace and admiring the insides of the little hut. It's so much better than the tiny little home he built himself in the gray terminal. He can't see any rats or flies and it doesn't smell either. While Sabo had no problem getting down and dirty, he appreciates living in a building that doesn't smell like all the trash in the world has been decaying there for a decade. It's nice, it's much warmer as well now that winter's here. The cold really hits at night. It probably won't be long before it gets cold in the day as well, but Dawn Island's weather is a strange thing. Well, strange for an island outside the Grand Line. You shut up. I'm just saying, Sabo points out with a shrug, taking off his hat and running a hand through his hair. It's still tightly curled. Maybe if he grows it out a bit it'll go back to being those manageable waves, but then his family might recognize him. That's not a risk Sabo wants to run really. Not when he's not strong enough to get away. Speaking of strong enough. Riskua has to train, she's pretty strong, maybe we can join her? Oh, so it's Riskua now? There's acid in Ace's eyes as he swings around to look at him and Sabo does his damn best not to flinch. Come on, Ace. If we're going to be friends with Luffy, then we might as well be friends with Riskua. She seems nice, when you're not destroying her stuff. Or hurting Luffy, but that last one goes without being said. Mulishly, Ace folds his arms tighter and looks away, before apparently thinking better of it and burrowing under the covers of his sleeping mat. Sabo takes a moment to glance at the other one, which has a tiger pelt thrown over it, before his gaze returns to Ace, who has thrown back the blankets and is clearly inviting him to join him, even if he's refusing to look at him. Thanks. Slipping onto the mat beside his friend, Sabo acknowledges they'll probably have to get another one soon enough. He and Ace are growing boys after all. It shouldn't be too hard to find one though. Ace doesn't say anything, his back to him and facing the wall, but Sabo doesn't have a problem with it. This is nice, he likes it here. And I didn't tell them where the treasure was, no matter how hard they hit me. Luffy Bima. Peering out from beneath his wet fringe. He's sat in the bathwater, and though he doesn't feel as strong as when he's out the water, it's not so bad because it's not seawater. Riskua is stood over him, clothes drenched from where he'd been splashing her with the bathwater, giggling whenever she scowled at him. Right up until she dumped a bucket of the stuff over his head and began working the shampoo into his hair. I really wish you wouldn't have put yourself in harm's way like that, Kinglet. Luffy likes that nickname much better than Anchor, it's really cool. He's got a bird name now like Riskua has, her actual name is Skua in it, and Luffy's not stupid. He knows that a skua is a seabird. Riskua belongs with the sea, it's obvious. No wonder she wants to sail with him when he's older. Grinning as more water is poured over his head, Luffy flicks his gaze up to the redhead, who's sighing again. Is Riskua sad? No, Luffy, I'm not sad. I was just really worried. I still am, those aren't just little cuts. Her hands hover over his ouchies and Luffy has to agree. They did really hurt, but Ace hates crybabies so he couldn't cry when he wanted to. He hadn't even meant to cry on Riskua because what if she didn't like crybabies too? But it had just happened. She'd pulled him into her arms and Luffy had felt safe. Just like when Shanks saved him, he knew he could depend on Riskua. She'd help with all his ouchies and then she'd helped Sabo and Ace too. And Luffy is so very happy to see that they're all going to be good friends. Because an even bigger hurt has come up on Ace's face since he last saw the other boy. Maybe bruises take a while to form. Luffy can't remember how long bruises had taken to appear on him. He's been a rubberman for a while now. He doesn't get bruises anymore, which is really super cool. Why is Riskua not getting a bath too? I'll get one after you. But the water'll be cold. Why would Riskua want a cold water bath? Warm water is nice. It reminds Luffy a little less of the ocean that can now drown him. Not that he could swim before. I'm a girl, Kinglet. I'm supposed to bath on my own. Makino must have told you about private parts, right? Oh yeah, that was why Luffy wasn't allowed to run around without any clothes on. Even if he put his shirt on inside out, he still got to wear something. Makino was really clear about that. So Riskua has to have a cold bath because she's a girl? Well, not necessarily a cold bath, but I've got to have one separate. You really should too. The only reason I'm here is because you're injured and I don't want you to drown if you can't help yourself. Well, that makes sense, but a bath on his own would be boring. Oh, wait, Ace and Sabo are boys. I can bath with them. If you want to. Riskua agrees and Luffy smiles, leaning into the movements of her fingers as she works the last of the shampoo from his hair. This is nice. He likes this. He has big sister Riskua and now he has Sabo and Ace as friends, and much as his body hurts, it's been a good day.